Okay, good afternoon and welcome to round 6 of the British Chess. Is it at 6 or are we at 7?
Yeah, it's round 6.
6, that's right, yeah. 6, okay. Yeah, round 6 of the British Championships. I'm Adam Hunt, this is Danny Gormally with you in Leicester. And why don't we just start, Danny, by taking a look at the current standings.
Sure.
So we've got Michael Adams in the lead on 4.5 out of 5 on his own after a couple of important wins. Then Daniel Fernandez, chasing group of Daniel Fernandez, Mark Hebden, Matthew Wadsworth and Jonah Willow, who are on 4 out of 5. And then you have another group on 3.5, which includes the likes of both the Perts, Harry Grieve, Yichen Han, who we saw came in yesterday, and William Claridge Hansen, amongst, I believe, others. I think there's a few others as well, a little bit, who we just haven't made our caption there. So pairings for today. Let me just get those pairings up. Just give me one moment. So pairings for today, we've got on top board Hebden and Adams. Then Wadsworth versus Fernandez on board 2. Nick Pert has the upfloat to play Jonah Willow on board 3. Claridge Hansen Grieve on 4. Richard Pert versus Andrew Ledger on board 5. Obviously the game there that stands out is the top board.
Yeah.
Hebden and Adams. Not sure how many times they've played, but you imagine quite a few.
Well, I looked that up earlier on ChessBase. They haven't played as often as you think. Mainly, I think, because Adams has been playing in Super GM tournaments, whereas Mark has been making his bread and butter often in weekend tournaments around about the UK. But obviously, they played quite a lot. They also played back in the 80s. The first game that I could find was way back in 1984, right? Obviously topic of a very famous book by George Orwell. It also seems to be the first year that the Adams versus Hebden pairing. You know what, I think I'm going to make a prediction today. I think there will be a few draws because we've had a lot of decisive games on the top boards, and often what you get is people are start to get a little bit tired of all these wild swings. And you get a quiet round. It's almost like you got like one of these action movies. I've already got a movie reference in, and you're getting like a lot of action. At some moment, they have like a breather so people can go to the toilet or whatever. And I feel like this is going to be the round where we're going to have a little bit of a breather before the final storm of the last 3 rounds. But I could be wrong about that. I hope I'm wrong. Hebden, Adams, very interesting pairing. They faced recently in the English Championships. Hebden had actually a winning position, and Adams blundered in the in-game, gave Hebden a winning position. But interestingly enough, Hebden was unable to convert despite being an excellent technical player. So I think that is the real test. Can Hebden get a decisive advantage, which is a very difficult task in itself? And if he can, will he be able to convert? Because I think, obviously, as you get older, it becomes harder and harder to maintain that energy for the entire game. And you're also essentially, you're playing against somebody who's a very good defensive player. I mean, I think in terms of winning a tournament, I think Mark needs to win this game because even if he gets a draw, I mean, a draw is a great result against Adams. He's playing against Adams. He's more than 200 points higher rate than him. And a draw is a great result. But if he draws the game, he's going to be half point behind. Adams will have what you would expect would be 2 whites, right?
Yes. In
his remaining 3 games. And he's half point ahead. So the best scenario really there, I think, for Mark would then be a playoff. Are you one of these people, Adam, who subscribe to the whole thing of, I've got white and I have more whites coming in? A lot of people seem to be obsessed with the idea that if you get white, it's a massive advantage. I'm not actually convinced about that. I think if you're a good enough player, you can win with a black piece. We've already seen that from Adams. Yesterday, I managed to beat Harry Grieve with the black pieces. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how you're confident and how you feel about your own opening repertoire, for starters. I've always been much more confident playing white than black, maybe because I haven't invested enough time in sort of making sure my opening repertoire with black is good enough.
Yeah, sure.
So for me personally, I think probably statistically, if you look at my results, I'm probably much stronger with much better results with white than black.
Right.
But having said that, other players, you know, the likes of Adams, I'm not sure what the statistics say, but I imagine he's confident, obviously, with both colours.
I don't think we're going to see a quick draw here anyway. I mean, Adams is much higher rated, and Hebden is not the sort of player who tends to make quick draws. But I don't think either player will be too devastated if the game ends in a draw, to be honest with you. I think Adams might see this as a potential breather.
Yeah,
black against a solid opponent who doesn't lose very often with white. But if Adams wins the game, he suddenly becomes huge favourite to win the tournament, in my opinion, because then he's suddenly going to get these two whites coming in. You can easily envisage a scenario where he gets to like 8 out of 9 or even 8.5 if he goes on a tear. So, big game, I think, in the context of the tournament. And then you got lower down, you got Wadsworth, Fernandez. I think a draw in that game. And then Perth, Willow, again, I'm predicting a draw. Claridge Hansen. It was said about Claridge Hansen. I haven't seen the best of him. Well, I think the last couple of rounds he's played really well. So I think we're starting to see the best of Claridge Hansen. So we're starting to see. Then you've got Richard Pert versus Andrew Ledger. Another interesting pair. Richard Pert starting to come into contention.
Yeah, and Andrew Ledger's having a good tournament himself. We already saw. Well, I don't think we actually looked at the game against Chris Bowman yesterday. But it looked like a nice, sort of fairly quick win with the white pieces.
Yeah, I didn't realise Chris Bowman was actually boarding. We found this out earlier because our good friend to the commentary room, Tom Villiers, is playing him today. Apparently he's boarding 952. So he's been around the block for quite a few years. Sorry to bring up your age, Chris, but
I am Harriet H. I'm imagining, Harriet, that's you. Hello, if it is, my sister. Has Jack Rudd already won? Quick even for Jack.
no.
Well, that's possible.
Come on, I'm getting a bit sick of these Rudd games. They're so stupid.
Not sure what board he's on.
Or maybe he's already lost. Capitulation. No, it was an error apparently.
It was an error.
Right, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, even Jack's not going to win that quickly, surely. Come on.
Okay, so the game has started. Board 1. We've had knight f3 on move 1 by Mark rather than d4, but fairly quickly we've got back into a queen's pawn, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop e7, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, castles e3 and b6.
Very solid. I know it is kind of, I don't know the exact position, but let's say, for example, we went queen c2 here,
Yeah.
and black went bishop b7, and we, I'll just give you some, bishop f6, bishop f6, cd, ed. I'm not sure about this specific position, but I know there is a plan here which I saw like years ago. What you do is you go like h4.
h4, okay.
I believe it was some kind of book that I had about correspondence chess. There was a guy called Hollis. It was like a correspondence chess. Probably
Adrian
the guy
Hollis,
in our
yeah.
audience, James Pratt, would have heard of him. You've heard of Hollis?
I've played in the same chess team as Adrian Hollis. He was.
Right.
He went to Keble College in Oxford.
Oh,
and,
nice.
So did my dad. Worked there, and
Okay.
me and Harriet both played for Keble College as in a competition called Cuppers, which is like the college matches between the different colleges, and Adrian Hollis was on the team as well.
So he's from Oxford, and he was an Oxford graduate, was he?
I think so, yeah.
Essentially what you're saying. Right.
His father was the third man, isn't he?
His father was also a spy.
Spy, that's right.
Right. Okay, so now we're getting some history lessons.
Now we're getting there.
It's normally me who gives the history lessons. Now I'm getting a history lesson. But anyway, the plan was that essentially, let's imagine, okay, the problem is you play some active move like c5.
Right.
But let's imagine you played like a passive move, yeah.
Okay.
I castle, let's say you carry on with your passive moves and you say, well, I'm going to be really compliant. Yeah, or c6 or whatever, it's obviously a stupid move. This is why, my memory's faulty here, because obviously this wouldn't be right. Now you go g4. This whole point of the plan. And a very straightforward plan, going g4, g5. I think Gary Kasparov has played in this kind of way, but this isn't what happened in the game. White played bishop d3, very flexible, normal kind of looking move. Bishop b7 was played. So quite like these positions for black, Adam, because the point is, let's say our castle, you're going to take on c4 at some point. Maybe you play knight bd7 first, and then you go knight bd7, you go c5. Very flexible position for black.
For instance, something like that, maybe.
Yeah. Very flexible position, and a very position that's bristling with potential for black. So, interesting to see what Mark's normally a very well prepared player. Will he play the kind of negative move here, which I believe would be to take on f6? And then
you'd normally follow up with pawn takes pawn, would you?
I think you would, yeah. That would make a lot of sense. But then black is very well placed to play the move c5, which kind of reminds me of some old theory, maybe even kind of Bobby Fischer versus Boris Spassky kind of vibes.
Yeah. There's some positions where white just takes that pawn, gives the hanging pawns b5, c5, isn't there? Yeah, and just in general, it's hard for black to break down that pawn on d4, but you can go c5 and knight c6 quickly. So yeah, I thought it was generally that bishop on d3 went out to b5 sometimes in that particular line.
That's right. That's right.
After the pawns have been exchanged.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but it's fairly solid for both sides, I would say, and wouldn't be surprised if this game ended in a draw. It says, somebody said Kevin Winter, Hollis's father was head of MI5. Right, that's interesting, right. Wasn't aware of that.
he passed away quite reasonably recently, Adrian Hollis, I think, didn't he?
He did, yes.
Last year, was it, maybe?
No, not very better than that. More like 3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years, okay.
And was he, what kind of level was he over the board? So if he was a good correspondence player, but was he like an IM?
He was number 2 correspondence player with Keith Richardson, and then Jonathan Penrose came up and was more ambitious for the world title, but he went almost exclusively over to correspondence play and continued to lecture at Oxford.
Harriet will be able probably to tell us, because she knows this sort of thing. Harriet, how strong was Adrian Hollis over the board? Do you remember?
I think it was about 220, British Master strength.
Right. Okay, so shall we have a look at another game?
Yeah, let's move on.
Okay, not had too much to say about board 2 then, because there's only been one move.
Okay, typical Fernandez tactic, which is to turn up late for the game, but it seems like Wordsworth was a little bit late as well. He was trying to preempt the lateness by being late himself, but it didn't work because he still hasn't arrived sooner than Fernandez. Let's have a look at one of the other games. Nick Pert.
So this one we have had a few more moves in this one. So this was another d4, d5 opening, c4, e6, knight c3.
Vienna variation.
Right, yeah.
Which, interestingly enough, I've seen Richard Pert play on many occasions. So Nick must have some idea of how to play against this.
Yeah, this is sharper, isn't it? Bishop takes c4.
Give up the pawn.
Knight takes e4. Okay. Castles. Did we have this earlier in the tournament? I think we might have done.
I don't think we covered the game, or I don't remember covering it, but I have seen this kind of thing before. If you take on c3 twice, it's very risky. Maybe get mixed up with Catalan.
Possibly. Yeah, possibly.
Knight
okay,
f6.
so he went back. Queen a4 check. Knight c6 is forced. Knight e5. Bishop d6. Looks like it's on probably theory. Knight c6. bc. Queen c6. Bishop d7. Queen f3. Yeah. Castles. Bishop ge5. h6. So it's possible there that maybe castles wasn't the main move. h6 seems to be played a little bit more often, just to prevent bishop d5. But okay, castles is playable, of course. Castles, bishop g5, h6. So Nick now has a decision to make on what to do with his bishop. You imagine here he's probably gonna go back, do you think, to h4?
Yeah.
I would have thought that was most likely.
I would say so, yeah. I mean, I think taking is really nothing.
Because we'll take that with the queen, probably.
I would imagine so. And the endgames are generally fairly... The two bishops are a really formidable asset here.
Yeah, despite the sort of slightly fragmented pawn structure for black there, something like knight e4, you imagine we'd go bishop probably back to e7.
Yeah, exactly. As long as you don't blunder knight f6 check, you're doing well. Yeah. And knight takes f6.
Play like rook b8 and gain some
f5 will come eventually, force the knight to move somewhere. Might not be an ideal square for it to move to. Also d4 would be weak, so not a great position for white, I would say. He's gone rook b8, by the way.
So apparently this is kind of quite looking at some of the players who've played this. It's been a couple of games, according to Past Pawn. Giri versus Duda in this position. Carlsen versus Fabiano.
I vaguely remember a Carlsen Duda game in this line, which was some kind of weird prep. But yeah, I like the move rook b8. It's a good move. It's a solid move. But you can nullify that rook. Let's say you play the move b3. What would black's plan then consist of, would you say?
Well, you'd think he'd quite like to play the move c5 at some point if he could, but it looks certainly at the moment to be just far too weakening. For example, if c5, then it looks like knight e4 could be already quite problematic for black.
Yeah.
So if we can't do that, then
sounds like a song. If I can't do that,
maybe I could play
rook b6.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering about rook b6 with the idea of playing bishop c6.
Maybe, yeah. Looks a bit weird, but if the bishop gets to c6, it's on an excellent diagonal.
I thought possibly rook b6, I might go to d5.
Yeah, very sharp, right? A challenge for me today is not to turn on my phone every time I get stuck.
That's a good challenge.
That's the challenge.
That's a good challenge.
But I'm sure I will turn it on at some point.
So yeah, b3 looks like was played, yeah, already.
Yeah, a very sensible move. I mean, you know, some moves you should make automatically because you will need that time later.
Wow, look at that.
Rook b6 was played. Yeah, this is probably Jonas doing his prep, right? He's a very well prepared player. He knows the modern theory. He knows the latest theory.
Yeah. So the games have gone the main stem games is knight e4 apparently, bishop e7, knight f6, bishop f6, bishop f6, queen f6. This doesn't look like
boring.
It doesn't look majorly ambitious for white. And then d5 is apparently.
That's what I was saying about it being lots of draws.
Apparently the way to do it.
Yeah, yeah. This does look vaguely familiar, but very boring. If that happens, there's too much theory in chess now. This is why people are going to shuffle chess or whatever it's called. I hate all that kind of what's it called? Chess 960. Just looks ugly to me.
I must say I don't really.
Not a massive fan either, no.
No, I don't play it or don't really follow it. I generally turn it off when it's on.
I'm a theory monster, you know. I'm a workhorse, you know. I can't deal with talent.
Okay, so this is board for Clavish, Hansen and Grieve. Knight f3, d5, slow start here. c4, e6, knight c3, b6, b3, bishop b2, knight d7, g3, c5.
G3 is interesting move, yeah.
Bishop g2. So, well, already, yeah. I mean, Harry's kind of saying now with his next move, he's saying, well, you played g3 and e3, you maybe been a little bit slow there, so we're going to just go with the d pawn, take, and knight b5.
But White's played this quite quickly, so this whole idea of going g3 looks a bit weird to me, but it feels like it must be some kind of prep. The problem is now if you go e5, which seems to be the only way to, so your two candidate moves probably are d3 supporting the pawn. You could even consider maybe knight c5, but then White would probably castle, and you still got this issue with the pawn.
And then you can't play e5.
Exactly. So, well, you can, but it loses the pawn.
Yeah.
You know, but e5, there's queen e2, right, Adam?
Looks like a good move.
And I don't think tricks like d3 really work. You just
Maybe I'll
take
just go bishop b7.
bishop e7 is a cool move, actually. Yeah, I hadn't considered that possibility. I don't
Castle.
Yeah, castles. Yeah, maybe now d3 works.
Maybe
right?
this is the time to start booting this
Or hit
guy
the knight.
out as well.
You can paint the knight back.
I'm sorry?
Well,
Maybe there's knight d4 there, Adam, or some kind of tactic. I think after a6, you just start hacking away in the centre, right?
Right.
Couldn't the knight take e4 pawn?
Yeah, knight takes d4. Yeah, take back maybe. I think White's whole idea is to play very ambitiously, and just go for some kind of tactical ideas. You're not going to really play this kind of weird stuff with knight b5 if you're just going to go back to a3. This doesn't make no sense.
Yeah. Sure.
So, yeah, I mean, it seems like Harry's
It'd be
not.
very interesting, couldn't it, if that happens?
Yeah, that's what I would say. I think I actually smell an upset at this board. I kind of sense. I think Harry would be a little bit reeling after that game yesterday. He didn't play very well. I think he was a little bit intimidated by playing Adams, which is understandable. And it seemed like he was just playing something more. You know when you're playing someone, you're giving them too much respect. That's how it felt like when he was playing against Adams, which again is very understandable. Could I go knight e5 there, Adam? I was just wondering, knight e5.
Knight e5 for black.
Is that a stupid move? Because if you
That
take,
looks okay.
it doesn't look right. I guess
I
the problem
guess
again, problem with
castle.
every move is you just castle, right?
Can't you take the pawn up with the b5 knight on c4?
No, because there was a check on d3.
So what is there any theory for this position, or is this a new position after knight b5?
No games?
No games. Wow. You know what's
So-
going to happen in a minute? I'm going to be checking my phone to see what the computer suggests
What
here.
about d3?
Yeah, d3 is a good move actually. d3. Can I
Guess
just
castle.
I would just castle. Yeah, it seems fairly obvious. The problem is that the whole position with the pawn on d3 looks a bit fragmented for black, right? Because now you don't even have to worry about sacrifices. You can just bring the knight back to c3 if you wish, and you've probably got a good position. But yeah, this might be. It doesn't look right. I don't like it for black. It's awkward to play, right?
Yeah, this
But-
pawn can be attacked in quite a few different ways, can't it?
Yeah,
Like
I
queen
don't like this
b1,
for
knight
black.
e1, although they're backwards moves, they also do genuinely threaten that pawn. And
Computer would probably say black is fine, but it just feels tough to play. So I kind of sense it could be a potential upset brewing in this game. I just have that, you have a feeling. Sorry, Harry, if you're watching this broadcast. Well, he probably isn't. But you might watch the
hopefully he's not
replay.
watching the broadcast at the minute. Okay, per ledger board 5.
Yeah, Pert Ledger is a very solid pairing. They're two very solid, extremely solid players. It's looking like a very solid opening as well.
So Andy plays Caro-Kann, so e4, c6, d4, d5, take, and Richard had just chosen an extremely sort of solid approach to this. I mean, the most dynamic move for White here is arguably to play so-called panel Botvinnik attack with c4. There are also quite a few games. Bishop d3 is quite popular as well, but the approach he's chosen is much more safe, I would say, than that. It's just developing The pieces, a6,
Get some wood on the board, yeah. c3.
c3, bishop f5, and bishop e2.
I would say wholly unambitious by white so far. The whole way he's played the opening. Doesn't look like Richard's playing with greater ambition. So interesting to understand why he's taking this approach. Does he feel that he can outplay? I mean, I feel like if you're white against Andy, if he has got a weakness, is that he probably doesn't know a lot of sharp opening theory, but he's a very good positional player. It feels like he's got what he wanted in this game, get your pieces out, not under any real pressure. The move e6 will come. But the problem actually with the move e6, I'm wondering, Adam, is he intending to go knight h4?
Yeah, I thought that might be the case.
It still doesn't look like much, to be honest.
We've seen kind of a couple of these types of things before, haven't we, where the bishops come into e4 in such a situation. Now you think maybe f3 and then probably bishop back to g6. Some exchange possibly on this square, maybe castle. But black still feels like quite, decent.
More than decent.
Nothing to worry about here.
Well,
for sure.
less. I mean, I'm
You prefer black, yeah.
I mean, what move do you actually play?
Take your bishop, I think.
Take back.
And then maybe play. Well, I see what you mean. If I go f4, you're going to play g5,
Yeah,
aren't you? Yeah.
I'm liking black already.
Yeah.
But I feel like, we've seen with Richard, I think, again, another very good counter-attacking player, but when he's forced to make the running, like in this game, he's like the rating favourite, he possibly expected to win, or he would maybe expect, he's not as convincing, I would say. But, it's early days, it's a bit early. I would like to see Richard get into contention, see how they do well as well, but they're going to really have to win this, game to have a chance to win the tournament, because I feel like, let's say they draw, they've already dropped 2 points. And we've already discussed this, that we feel like the winning score now will be possibly at least 7.5. Right?
Yeah.
So effectively, it's a very cutthroat situation, I would say, Adam.
Yeah.
If you drop 2
Players
points,
on 3.5 really need to be.
they need to win, yeah, because we're running out of rounds. It's a very, very short tournament, really. So you have no leeway. You have no. That's why I preferred it when it was 11 rounds. You could have a little bit of a breather in the middle of the event, maybe. You also had a rest day. And, if you lost a game, it wasn't fatal because you still had a lot of rounds left. But with a 9-round tournament, is effectively a sprint.
So let's go back to the top board. Hebden versus Adams. We left this one after bishop d3, bishop b7, castles. And now we had knight b d7, queen e2, c5, rook c1. So nothing sort of out of the ordinary here. This all looks fairly normal. Mark didn't take that knight on f6 when he had a chance. He's not probably going to do that now because the knight will recapture rather than the bishop, and he can't quite clarify the centre in the same way.
I feel like this opening, it reminds me of a game between Kramnik and Andreikin from the FIDE World Cup a few years ago. I believe that one was in Tromsø, where it was like in Norway, and Kramnik ended up winning it. But I think he won a nice game against Andreikin in this variation. But often for black, in this variation, the knight ends up going to e4. I even lost a horrible game once against Jack Rudd as white in this variation, where it was basically just equal, unclear, and then I made a horrible blunder at the end because I was making the usual mistake of trying to match Jack for speed. But yeah, white rook will go. The other white rook will go to d1. So logical move for black. We've always talked about this. Think about your candidate moves, but think about captures and checks. Now, the obvious move for me is to take on d4. And then clarify the situation by taking again.
Okay.
And so the question is, does white take with a knight? I think Hebden would take with a knight in this position. Seems like the most solid and logical choice. He could also consider take with a pawn. I think Hebden will have really prepped up this position. He may have even prepped it before the tournament, being aware that he could potentially play Adams. I mean, you could imagine. Adams is going to play at least a month before the tournament started. Now, me in that situation, I'd probably be like reading the Racing Post or checking the golf scores, yeah? But Hebden at home, in Leicester, were probably industriously checking this position, seeing the latest wrinkles, the latest nuances, checking the theory. Adams as well, obviously Adams is going to have some understanding of how to play this position. But he would have been expecting something like this. And it'd be interesting, yeah, I think the next 4 or 5 moves are really going to tell us how the game develops, because...
Yeah, I quite like White's position in this particular moment, because it's very easy to play. He's just going to play rook FD1 and you know, think about how to exploit the slightly vulnerable position of the black queen, which doesn't have a lot of squares to go to, kind of B8 and E8, but neither of those seem particularly appealing. So I don't think probably black's going to go in for this.
You know what, I feel like this is a kind of game that, I mean, it's still a long shot, but if there is going to be an upset against Adams in this tournament, this kind of position, you know, Hebden playing white is probably where it's going to happen. You know, he's got knight e4, by the way, very natural. I've said before, knight e4 is often a very logical and equalising choice for black.
So here you imagine that Mark will exchange bishops.
By the way, you can go bishop g3 just out of interest.
Okay.
But bishop g3, black will generally take, and the computer will say that black's position is slightly superior. The knight will go to f6. It would love the 2 bishops. Probably knight f6 here, not the only move, but probably something like knight f6 will take on d4. It will say that black is at least equal, maybe slightly better. So you're absolutely right, you should take on e7. That's what Mark will play.
So bishop e7, queen e7.
And the whole idea of bringing the rook to c1 is now you can take back on c1 with a rook, so you can maintain some slight pressure down the c file. So I would imagine he would probably take on d5 here.
Mm-hmm. And after knight takes c3,
take with a rook.
Take with a rook. And then what would he play? Would we play ed here?
Either capture is playable.
No? No?
No, it's very logical.
It's very reasonable. But I guess I can consider playing e4 when you can throw in intermediate cd, but I don't know how helpful that actually is. You don't think you can snatch a2 because of b3. So you'd have to probably play bishop back to b7. You're probably going to go back. No, it's not a disaster for white, for black, by any stretch of the imagination. He's just got to sometimes be a little bit careful about this square as a possible entry for a piece, a knight. So maybe, for instance, here white might play something like bishop a6 and exchange that guy off.
Isn't the knight coming to c5 very quickly though?
So maybe now.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe now play like this and then knight c5.
Either knight c5 or why not take first and go knight c5?
Take and go knight c5. Yeah, get rid of.
There's no way white could ever be better here. There's something somehow. Knight e4 is well known, but I think you can take Adam on e7. Let's say you take. Maybe you don't take on d5 actually. Maybe you just go like rook d1, maintain some tension.
Mm-hmm.
That seems more logical, because then you're forcing black into making some kind of decision. What do? Do you put the rook on d8? Do you take on c3? Do you take on d4? Do you play knight f6? Do you bring the rook to c8? It doesn't seem exactly clear to me what exactly black would play. But this still feels like it's very close. Is it still theory? Maybe we could check the theory. Knight e4, there's probably still like some games in this position, right?
Yeah, plenty. Bishop g3 and bishop takes e7 have both been played quite a lot of times. Bishop e7, let's see what happens.
I think it would probably
Queen
take
e7,
on
you
e7.
take on d5.
Yeah,
Or rook d1 like you suggest, so two slightly different ways to play. And then ed is one option, knight c6 is another option.
What happens after knight c3, bishop d5? Because that already feels like some kind of comfortable equality for black to me. I could be wrong. But yeah, e4 and maybe somehow... Yeah, I feel like black's position is actually quite comfortable after the move knight e4.
Interesting, one game where white in this position has played b4.
Right.
which is
Well, the idea is to try and get the rook to
absolutely
c7, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you can probably take either of those pawns.
You can always take.
I don't think you can here.
Nah, you probably can't take. But you
Because
can. You
just
can.
to point that out.
Yeah.
Rook c7
Bishop
and then,
b7.
and then if you
Bishop c8.
you have to, I think, probably play bishop c8, because if you go rook b8, then something's going to happen like knight e5 or bishop b5 first.
Yeah.
It
looking
looks
scary,
quite
right?
scary. Although knight e5, I have queen d6.
Yep.
So bishop b5 maybe first. Try and pull your rook along a little bit, and then knight e5 perhaps.
Someone said Brandon Clark has got 14.5 out of 50. I think he got 14.5 out of 50 in the Blitz. But yeah, he's a good young player. We've said this before. There's a few of them about. We might not have the golden generation of Adam, Shaw, and so on, Spielman, Gawain Jones, David Howe, Luke McShane, so on. But we've still got very good players. You know,
Definitely some promising IMs who really.
What about this Yi Chen, Max Turner? Because I said yesterday, I think this Yi Chen is, because Hebden's still thinking here, so he's, you know, important decision. Do you go back to G3? But I think this Yi Chen, I feel like he's a very good player. And I didn't realise he's only 16, because, you know, looking at him yesterday, he's quite a big kid, right?
Had a growth spurt.
Yeah. So he looks a lot older than 16. He looks about 18 or 19, but he's still only 16 and back to his GCSEs. But he seems to be and funny enough, they both spent time. I don't know if Yu Chen still lives there. I think maybe it might have moved down south. But he was spending a lot of time in Newcastle area. Max Turner's from the northeast. So they're both quite familiar figures in the northeast of England. But ace 5 by black, very logical move. Again, I'm really impressed by the standard of theory in a lot of the games in this tournament. It's almost like everybody now this is why it's so hard, Adam, to like gain points, right? For players like us who are probably more established, but maybe not like massive theory experts, that you're playing against all these kids that are so well prepped up and they know so much theory. They're working on chess like 24/7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, White's position looks solid, but nothing more than that. I don't know what White's next move should be.
Maybe a4.
A4 makes sense, but maybe A4 I'd stabilise with B6, right?
B6 and then play maybe bishop A6.
Yeah, I think that was sort of Black's plan. Black's plan is either to gain space with A4, maybe even consider the move B5 at some point. I quite like in Max's position. I'm liking the way he's played this. Bishop G5 is also a possible option for White. But again, it doesn't really feel like much.
You have to give up the bishop pair, won't you?
H6, yeah.
I wondered about maybe playing knight H4 at some point.
Knight H4, but can I just cover that with G6? G6 is too ugly, right?
To G6, then I think I would go bishop G5, and you're going to have a bit of a problem with your knight.
But can I go Queen H3 then? Oh, sorry, Queen E6. So I'm anticipating bishop H3.
I see. So, okay, let me say, for example, try it here in this position instead.
I'll try G6. As ugly as that move looks.
If you go G6, I'll go here, and you're going
Queen
to
E6.
go here.
Break the pin.
And if I
Probably a bad move.
If I trade those ones off, and by that I mean bishop H3. I know it looks a bit strange to make that, but got my bishop there.
Logical, hitting the E5 pawn.
You've got bishop here, and I can't play F3, which is a little bit scary for me.
I think you're giving away the light squares here, possibly a little bit too much. I mean, to be honest with you, from what I'm seeing of this game so far, White's got nothing out the opening. But that's what you expect if you're playing like Reti systems. They're very, you know, they're not very, what's the term?
Ambitious?
Ambitious or, anyway, yeah, Reti, bit dull. Should we move on to another game?
Yes, although apparently there's a good move in this position. I mean, judging by the bar.
Okay, let me think. I'm not going to cheat.
Don't cheat, no. Maybe knight E3?
No, I know what it is. It's knight f5 takes bishop h3. That's what it is. No, it's not. Okay, yeah. Let me think. Right, this is really important. Okay, let's think about this. Right, and
Why don't you like my knight e3 move?
Knight e3 is a good move, but knight e3 Connie. Oh no, hang on. What was the idea behind knight e3? Just go knight d5.
Or knight f5?
Or knight f5.
Probably knight d5.
Well, let's just check. Okay, we'll go for knight e3 in case you don't see anything better, right?
But then, I suppose you could always take it.
Yeah, the threat of not d5 is certainly annoying.
No, I think you're right, knight e3, but it's not winning, right? It's just better.
It's just
Better.
better.
Yeah, it's awkward.
Yeah, so bishop, what was that? They're all fragging from knight h4, right? But knight h4 g6 is probably just a bad move, right?
Yeah, I imagine he might just play a4 and carry on, but I don't know.
Maybe this knight f5, we were saying yesterday James Jackson could have gone knight f5 at some point. A lot of people have this prejudice about allowing the knight to be
Danny,
exchanged.
I am a genius.
What's that?
He's played knight h4.
Wow, nice. We'll see. Let's see if we get your line with bishop g5, queen e6, knight e3.
I don't think we will. I don't think we'll play g6.
Somebody said that yesterday in a film I was watching. Have you ever seen the film Armageddon?
Funnily enough, Danny, would you believe this?
Yeah.
I watched it for the first time a couple of nights ago.
Really? Yeah, it was on a couple of nights ago. Yeah. I think you need an IQ below 20 to appreciate it because it's a bit stupid, isn't it? Really? Let's be honest.
It did strike me as being a bit stupid.
It's a bit stupid. The whole thing
yeah.
is just ridiculously daft. The fact that they're just blowing up this comet.
Bishop g4.
But yeah, there's a scene where they land on this wrong part of the asteroid, and he says, "How do you know?" He says, "We landed 26 miles from the landing site. We landed on iron ferrite."
That's right, yeah.
And he goes, "How do you know this?" He says, "It's the Steve Buscemi character." Says, "Because I'm a genius."
Bishop g4 looks like a decent move. And then
Yeah, bishop
one question
f3.
might be bishop f3. What to do?
Because I mean, if White was to go knight e3, yeah, you don't really want to allow knight f5. So the question is, do you play g6 or do you trade on e3? Or yeah, these are kind of position. It's deep positional stuff. The problem that I would have for Black in these kind of situations is, what is your plan? You're reacting to what White is doing. Right? White is making the running. You don't necessarily have a very good active plan as Black, but you have a good reactive position.
Yeah. I think a4 is probably most likely. Knight f5, bishop f5, ef5. But engine's starting to like White's position here.
Yeah.
So you play bishop f5, which looks logical in this position. What's your plan for Black? What do you do with Black now to say, try and take advantage of more structural bet centre or anything?
We have no idea.
Yeah,
that's why we're the commentators.
don't know.
We check our phones and ask the
audience.
Yeah.
I mean, White's got a couple of ideas now. Like taking on c6 is obviously. I mean, he's got the bishop pair, so he can return it, for another advantage. So I wouldn't be very comfortable here as Black.
By the way, Kevin Winter pointed out Liv Tyler. Yes, he's actually got a connection with chess because I think she's friends with Magnus Carlsen, or he has been seen pictured with Magnus Carlsen before.
They did some modelling together, didn't they?
They did a modelling advertisement together. By the way, Kevin Winter asked me yesterday. I didn't notice his comment at the time. He was asking about the Kevin Spacey. But we shouldn't go into that. But actually, my dad has a connection. He knows one of the actors from The Usual Suspects, Gabriel Byrne. They both went to school together. They're about a school reunion. But
Irish, was he?
Irish actor. But Gabriel Byrne is slightly younger, I think, than my dad. But he does know that actor.
Okay, so Daniel Fernandez has arrived at the board and has played some moves. So we'll just see. We haven't got terribly far in the game, but we'll see where we are at. So c4, c6, knight f3, d5, take, d4. Again, not terribly exciting.
It looks as if my prediction about it being a quiet round is maybe bearing fruit. You know,
Bishop f4, so a6 prevents any knight b5 idea, although I don't think it was a threat in that particular position. Rook c1 and queen b6.
Yeah, queen b6 is a good move. Yeah, it's a very, very active. I mean, I remember there was some analysis in one of these Dvoretsky books about lines in the exchange Slav, where black would go for the b2 pawn and white would try to exploit the leading development. It seems to me that e3, let's say I'll just give you the pawn with a move e3, you can just take on b2. I don't really see an obvious refutation here for white. You will get some you will get some compensation, or you should get some compensation.
Yeah, maybe something just like bishop d3.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But the question is it quite enough? So
maybe the queen runs back, or I wondered in this position, Danny, after queen b6, that knight a4.
Oh, we could see an early draw. Maybe, you know, the knight starts fiddling around. There's like a bishop d2 coming. Mind you, I don't actually see where the repetition's happening.
No, I mean, I thought maybe here, well, obviously black has to decide what to do with the queen. The check doesn't seem to be all that sensible because of bishop d2. Unless this is the sort of intention, is to forcibly place the bishop back there and then just go home with the queen.
Yeah. It's not stupid because...
It's got this square now for the knight as well.
It's not... The whole exchange Slav is, again, we're seeing this in a lot of these openings, that people are avoiding sharp opening theory. Why are they doing it? Because either it's their style or they are afraid to enter massive theoretical debates. They're afraid of the preparation of their opponent. We're seeing that a lot in modern chess now, where people are avoiding sharp lines, so they go for quieter waters like the Reti, like the exchange Slav. But it doesn't feel like black has any issues here, to be honest.
Interesting developments on board 3. Yeah. In the respect that we've actually, they obviously both know are fairly booked up on this one, because let's just see where we got to. So we got all this with rook b6, and then I was saying that the main line is this knight e4. By main line, there was some games in it. Knight e4, bishop e7, take, d5, but rook d6 was not one of the moves played previously, as far as I could see. The main move here is e5.
Yeah, look, I would probably go e5,
which looks more sensible. But after rook d6, pawn takes pawn. Is this is Jonah playing black? Jonah has taken back with a bishop. Now, visually that looks a bit strange. You would think he would take back with the f pawn.
Oh, you mean to undouble the pawns, right?
Yeah, why not? Absolutely.
But bishop takes feels like long-term suffering, don't you think, Adam? Like rook fc1, right? Some long-term. Maybe it's not enough to win the game. Rook fc1, I was thinking.
Rook fc1.
Yeah, just to maintain the rook.
Yeah.
So to target the c7 pawn feels like long-term suffering, but
unless
is it enough?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I feel like Jonah, how much time he's used? Very little time. He's obviously got this position on the board, at home, on his computer. Very impressive preparation. Yesterday I was doing a masterclass, by the way, and so one of the things I was discussing was preparation. What you need to do to prepare. Well, we're seeing a masterclass here from Jonah in preparation. Doesn't feel like he has that many issues. Now the computer says white's better, but you know, if you analyze it more deeply, it will probably say that it will just burn out to a draw. So
he's played your rook fc1.
Long-term suffering for black, but has he prepared all this, and is he you know, has he got every base covered?
I mean, I think rook fda will happen.
Yep.
And then I think white will give his king some lift in some way.
Yeah, because you can't take on e6 because
probably
of
with the
backstabber, right?
But now at least I am threatening to win a pawn, and now black has a couple of options. One option would be just to play rook d7, keeping the pawn defended in that way. But the problem with rook d7 might be bishop b5.
Right.
And the pawn's going to come under attack anyway. The other option would be to try and exchange off a pair of rooks and then try and defend this endgame. Maybe h3 was wrong. Maybe I should have played g2.
Yeah, because king g2 there, you still
King
got...
g2's a little bit more helpful.
Yeah,
isn't it?
well,
'Cause
a
it
lot more
defends
helpful. Because rook d2, you'd have... with
Just
king
to
on
show
g2,
that.
rook a4, you win a pawn,
G3.
right?
In the same line here, of course, we're now... Yeah, so after takes...
You're suffering
King
now.
g2. Now I think you're really suffering, because rook d2, as Danny's already pointed out, can be met by rook a4. And this one's going to go.
Yeah.
So...
But I think you might still be in some kind of prep. I mean, but it's interesting that Nick is starting to have a bit more success in the last couple of rounds, where he's getting kind of boring technical endgames, right? Like earlier in the tournament, he was going all in and playing aggressive chess, and now he's kind of getting into his wheelhouse, which is dry, dull technical endgames, right? And he's starting to win some games, you know. I think he's a very good endgame player. So interesting to see how Yona goes about the whole defensive process here for Black, because it's a really grim position. I wouldn't go into this. I wouldn't prepare this as Black. I don't like the idea of just playing for a draw.
I just don't understand why he didn't take with his pawn.
Oh, you think that's a much better move? It feels like a better move. I agree with you. I would take with a pawn, but
I mean, probably something similar happened.
you're still
with
suffering.
C1.
You're still suffering here. Yeah. Probably some rook to c1, right?
Rook to c1, or I suppose I could maybe try playing f4, but f4 I don't really believe that it's going to cause.
I feel like it's just you know, it's preparation to suffer, and I don't like that attitude. But at the end of the day, it's high level chess. He's trying to make a draw with Black against a good player. He feels like a draw would be an excellent result.
Yeah.
He's reasonably close to that already. So let's not criticise that until we see the result of the game, in which case we'll spend lots of time after time in what a terrible approach it was. So, yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
Obviously, yeah, you must be happy with this position at home to have an hour and a half left on the clock.
Yeah, you'd think so.
What about Richard Bates' game as well? We've got Ricky Bates.
Alright, so not many more moves in this particular game. d3 was played, as we thought was likely. Castles, bishop e7.
Yeah, very sensible approach by Harry. Although I've seen the Eval bar doesn't seem to greatly like what he's doing, actually.
Could it be because of knight e1? Is that...
Yes.
Is that going to cause problems?
I
for
think
that
it
pawn?
will. I think it
For
will.
example, bishop takes, and then I think I'll just take with my king.
And then Queen F3 is coming,
Exactly.
right? And Pac-Man devoured a pawn, right?
Yeah, I don't... Yeah, so for example, if I was to defend it with knight c5, you have an option now of playing b4. That would be one move.
Yeah.
Or you could just play queen f3 to start
Also
things
possible.
off.
Yeah, I mean, it's a chance for William to get something. He's, you know, good. He's good prep by William. Quite an old name, isn't it? William. It sounds like an old name. William Claridge Hanson. Sounds like an old-fashioned name, doesn't it? William Claridge Hanson. You know, we've had a lot of King Williams. By the way, you ever come to Leicester? There's a Richard III Centre just round the corner from the playing venue. Well worth a visit, I would imagine. If you're into are you into your English history, English kings?
No.
Not really, no?
No.
Or history
Not for
full
me,
stop?
Not for me.
Some people are. Danny yawning a lot, sampling the delights.
Danny had a very tiring evening last night. He had lots of people attending his masterclass, and he's given away all our prizes.
Well, part of the reason I yawn a lot, I'm sorry, Kevin, sorry to offend you with my yawning, is, well, partly because we're covering the chess tournament, right, which is understandable, but also partly because I don't sleep very well, so for whatever reason, but yeah, I sleep quite poorly. I have lots of dreams about Kevin Winter trolling me on Twitch.
Okay, so you wanted to have a look at the game of Richard Bates against James Jackson, and that was Richard is back playing something which I know he's played many times before, which is a Fianchetto King's Indian on the white side, and probably the black side, to be honest, for that matter as well.
Yeah.
C5, take.
By the way, somebody said, I enjoyed your interview. Thank you, real girls get down on... It's quite interesting to use today, real girls get down on C4. But,
Danny enjoyed your interview on perpetual chess.
That was with Benny, Ben, what's his name again? Ben something. He was the guy who founded this whole... Actually, we can have a debate about adult improvers, because he found this whole adult improvers. And now he said Ben Johnson, and he spent some time, but not very long, thinking about it. Now he regrets that name because everybody's jumped on the whole adult. What do you think about adult? Do you think adults can't improve that chess, can they? There's no hope, right? Once you get to a certain age, it's basically that's it. You're not going to improve. You're just at best treading water, right? You've either got it or you haven't, right?
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Ben Johnson, he was good at 100 metres in the day, that's right. 9.79 in the Olympic 1988 in Seoul. Got stripped of the gold medal for testing positive and for anabolic steroids.
Yeah.
Everybody in that final was eventually tested positive for some kind of drug. So, of course, now they run much faster, but I'm sure they do it clean.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, Adam, I'm going off on a tangent yet again. Knight v6. Good move, right?
So, immediately it looks like you can just get your knights fought. But if c5, then black can, I guess, just play knight. I'm not quite sure which one, but I'll probably play knight c4.
Actually, if you go back to the opening after d6 castles, yeah, this c5 move, apparently this is what all the King's Indian players play. Gawain Jones recommends it. Sorry, can you be quiet in the back? Sorry.
Excuse me. Can you be a little bit quieter?
He's recommending it in his chessable course on the King's Indian. c5 as potentially the best move, right?
Yeah, this doesn't look, I mean, exchanging those pawns off doesn't look particularly ambitious.
Well, normally you go knight c3. So let's say, for example, instead of taking, you can go knight c3, knight c6. And then the two main lines are either d5 or taking on c5. So d5, you go knight a5, yeah.
Knight d2.
Knight d2, and it
A6.
continues a6, like rook b8, e6, e5.
Yeah, queen c2, rook b8, b3, this sort of thing. It's sort of fairly well known.
Instead of maybe instead of knight c6, there's new wrinkles here, and black plays something else. Maybe that's what the after knight c3, maybe black could even play some other moves, but. In any case, none of this happened. He took straight away, which is a very solid way to play. And then he went knight e5, and queen d4 was played. Yeah, I thought this knight e5 was supposed to be the way to play for white, but apparently, yeah, again, all the latest theory, right? Everybody seems to know all the latest theory.
Yeah, don't know how.
It's almost like they're studying chess.
It is. Yeah, not loads of games.
Okay, maybe this is some kind of preparation by James Jackson.
In this position, yeah, and queen d4 is quite a rare move. The main move here is knight fd7, apparently, and then white can play knight d3 to keep some pieces on the board. But
yes, I've seen that kind of thing. Yeah,
queen d4, take e3, take. This looks okay for black. Position on the board looks okay.
I think, yeah, it's fine. If you go rook c1, maybe I move the knight to f5, or...
Well, yeah.
Or maybe even bishop f5 might be annoying, yeah, because I can't move the knight because b2 is hanging.
So just to show that, so if here and bishop f5, the point is that this bishop wants to come down and take on b2. Although I could play now knight e5, I suppose. blocking your bishop out for the moment.
I think we're going to get the first cheat of the day.
I thought you said you weren't going to check your phone.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I think we're stuck on this game, aren't we? We have no idea why Black has somehow managed to equalise so easily. Let's see if the computer can tell us. Is that okay?
If you wish.
Okay, so
Let's play Rook AC1. Okay. So I was wondering about Bishop E6.
we've got no games anyway.
Then B3.
Oh, I can't get their moves anyway. So
Stabilises
it's
the
better.
position. Yeah, I don't immediately.
Rook AC1. It looks fine for black, right? It looks like nothing for white. Rook AC1. So, were you expecting Bishop F5?
Well, I'm not sure I am now because of Knight E5.
Yeah, but still. So what?
Well, you're going to now have to deal with C5, aren't you?
True. And if I go Knight E7, how bad is that? Oh, you could take and then go EC5 anyway, right?
Take.
But then C5, Knight F5, right?
C5. Well, I was getting. Yeah, you can do this, can't you, as black? Because C5, you can meet with Knight F5 and then you can take on B2 next move.
I feel like Bishop F5 feels like the most natural move, unless the problem is if you go Knight F5, you still have the bishop will just drop back, and then you still have to deal with the problem with the bishop on C8. How does that develop? It's slightly artificial play by black because it's put Knight on B6, but it's not got
lots of prospects, has it?
It's not got a lot. If he goes to A4, then white will solidify with a move B3. So Knight A4, B3, Knight C3 is another line to consider, but it looks slightly artificial. But it might be okay actually.
Rook C2 perhaps.
But maybe I don't go Knight F5 in that line.
You want to do it?
Maybe I could do it
just
immediately,
do it now.
right? Because B3, Knight C3, and then if you do the same thing, Rook C2, I've got Bishop
You've got
F5.
Bishop F5, right, just to point that one out. Yeah, Bishop F5 looks decent.
This Queen D4 feels like very good prep by James Jackson to me. Like, I mean, I don't know what you think, but I mean, I've not seen this Queen D4 move before. I'm not really that familiar with this line in general, but this whole way of playing C5 seems to be quite a good move actually on move 6. It's what Gawain Jones recommends his chessable course.
Right, okay.
So check that course out if you get the opportunity to. Apparently it's a very good course. I think he's written a book on the King's Indian as well, possibly also published by Chessable. So I would check all that stuff out. As Danny has predicted quite this day over the board.
Will he regale us with song? Look at that, Danny. He's played Knight A4.
Yeah, I like Knight A4. I think it's a natural looking move. I could do some. Shall I do some Godfather impressions? Because it's a bit of a quiet round this one. Shall I do some Godfather impressions?
Please.
You don't seem too infused by my Godfather.
No, go for it. Go for it.
There's some C goes. Have you seen The Godfather?
I've seen the first one, or bits of most of the first one.
Actually, my Godfather
That's
impressions
terrible,
are pretty
isn't it?
terrible.
I haven't watched the Godfather
They're pretty terrible.
trilogy. As I said before, though.
Michael, it was Barzini. It was Barzini who put the whack on, who put the contract on.
There's some scene at the start. He goes. It's the Undertaker, and he's chatting to Marlon Brando, and he goes, "I believe in America. I believe in America. But what they did to my daughter.
He said, what do you think we are? We're not killers. If you'd have come to me as a friend, these people would hurt your daughter. They'd be suffering today."
It's a great film. I don't know if you get a chance to check it out. It's like a Godfather Part 2 as well, which was released in, I believe it was something like 1974.
That early, was it? Okay.
So the first one was released in 72. And the 74 one starred John Cazale as the kind of tortured brother. So there's a great scene where in the boathouse and John Cazale is basically admitting, confessing to being the you know, the bad character in family, and Al Pacino says, yeah, he goes, "You're nothing to me now, Fredo. You're not a brother, you're not a friend. I don't want to know you or what you do. If you come to see our mother, I want to know a day in advance, so I won't be there." He said, "I've always looked after you, Fredo." "Look after me, I'm your kid brother!" It's a great scene, yeah. And sadly, he died, I think, a few years later, at 78, of bone cancer. He was actually the fiance of Meryl Streep, and he was in the film Deer Hunter in that same year, 1978. Another great film, actually. It came out, yeah.
Well, although I do remember that little bit. That's how I think.
Oh, you remember that boathouse scene?
I remember that impression. I think was pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
Was pretty good. Okay, so Bishop E7, Queen E7 did happen. CD, Knight C3, all this line that we saw that we kind of thought might happen. Bishop takes D5. We got as far as this, and now he's played Bishop B1.
Very solid move, very typical Hebden. He's keeping his options open. One thing I would find with Mark is quite good at not allowing the opponent to really kill the game. You know, he will keep some tension in the position. Yeah, so I mean, a natural move for Black would be to bring the rook I would probably, yeah, rook c8. I'd be slightly concerned after rook fc1 we're in some kind of weird pin though. This is what I wouldn't like.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, somebody asked about Goodfellas, by the way. That's another good film.
That one I have seen.
1990, starring Ray Liotta, sadly passed away recently, as the Henry Hill character.
Yes.
He was based on the film, based on the book Wise Guys by Nicholas Pledgy. He also wrote a book on which film Casino was based on. I think it was Ace Rothstein, wasn't it? Robert De Niro's Ace Rothstein.
Joe Pesci was in it as well, wasn't he?
Joe Pesci was in both films, yeah. He played Tommy in Goodfellas, who was like this psychopathic gangster, Tommy DeVito. But interestingly enough, if you read the book, in real life he was like 6'4", but also equally psychopathic, and he was killed for the same reason as they gave in the film, for basically killing Billy Bonds. You know.
Blair Chester's a big fan of your impression. Big fan.
Well, it's pretty much the only one, given by the lack of audience response. Yeah, it's not a very good audience. It's a tough crowd today. It's a tough crowd.
Yeah. I get your point there that Rook C8, Rook C1 could be a little awkward. I was kind of thinking maybe I'll go Bishop back to B7 to break that funny pin. But
what I quite like about Black's position, it's very flexible. It's very typical from Michael Adams. Very flexible. You know, he's very good at sort of just keeping his pieces away from the opponent. But what I quite like about it is quite safe. If you play Rook D8 and White ever plays Queen D3, you could always play either Knight F6 or Knight F8 is very solid response, where White would never be able to give checkmate on H7.
Although at this particular moment that probably isn't a good idea. Let's say, for example, Queen C2, because you're going to drop your C pawn.
True. But the computer's already saying that Black is better. Is there an option here of taking on F3?
Okay.
I mean, sorry, instead of Rook D8, can you actually just grab the...
I'll take F3 here.
Take on F3.
And then take on D4.
And then take on D4, right. Which seems to be like nothing for White.
I mean, I could go Queen E4.
Yep. It's very drawish then, I think, Knight F6.
Knight F6, Queen, he takes D4, Rook D8, something like that.
Is this a draw though? Maybe it's not an easy draw against someone like Adams that will just grind away, right? Maybe your bishop on B1 is not your bishop here would much rather be on F3. It's controlling a lot of squares on the queen side. On B1, you're never going to make Black. It's actually slightly misplaced. So, I mean, yeah, again, we come back to, do you keep the tension or do you go for their forcing moves? You should calculate your captures and checks. Captures here are bishop f3 and cd4. Or does Adams play a move? I think he will clarify here.
I think he might take on f3.
I don't like the way White's played this. It seems, again, he's a little bit intimidated by playing Adams, understandably. Very tough. A big game here for Mark. It's a chance for him to win the British Championships and in his home city of Leicester. But unfortunately, there's a massive barrier in the way, which is Michael Adams, who is, as we discussed yesterday, you know, by far one of the best players who's ever played. Oh, hang on, I've got a phone call. I better take this. I think it's a doctor. I'll be back. Sorry.
That's okay. Danny's got a phone call. So,
Yeah, speaking, sorry.
bishop takes f3, definitely one option. The only previous game that I've got here from chess20 from chess.com has seen bishop b7 instead, which also is a very safe move. I think the idea there is well, one idea is means that this queen can't come into a6, although whether or not it's actually going to do that in that position, I'm not so sure. It just takes the bishop away from any potential e4 tempo gain as well. So, you know, if I did play rook d8, this would be probably another option, or what I would be considering would be to play e4. I like that. 1400 chap says that was his agent on the phone. He'll be off to the Edinburgh Festival to do some impersonations soon. Bishop b7 now, for instance, still seems fine for black. Although now, actually, now you might be able to appreciate possibly that this rook might have some visions of joining in with some attack over this side. I don't quite know how. Let's say, for example, I played e5 here, which seems a bit peculiar to give that bishop its diagonal back, but at the same time, it's not so stupid. Obviously here black could now I think win a pawn with this. In fact, it doesn't even win a pawn. You could take a pawn, shall we say it like that, but now you can see maybe something like queen e4 might happen. But queen e4, you have knight f8 to defend. It's still okay. It's still okay. Yeah, okay, so bishop, I think probably Mickey is deciding between bishop takes knight and maybe bishop b7 as his two options, but this position seems quite safe. Let's move on. Wadsworth and Fernandez we looked at very briefly already. And if we just go back, we did see in this position after queen b6, knight a4, check here, queen b3. Now black can't play b5 because his knight on c6 is hanging. So after e6, knight b6, he's gone rook b8. So a little bit of a waste, you know, quite a lot of queen moves there by black, and it feels like white has achieved something by putting the knight on b6. The problem is that he's given away the e4 square, but how problematic that is, I'm not so sure. Probably white will be thinking here just about either e3 or exchanging the bishops off with bishop f4. Bishop f4 runs into bishop b4 check actually, so I can't do that. So probably e3, I would think, and then we might see something like bishop d6. I was wondering if even bishop b4 might be a move here. But now I think about it, I think white will be not too unhappy with this sequence of exchanges, and then maybe something like bishop d6 forces queen takes queen, rook be at a8. This line is forced, and white appears to be a bit better. What might be one idea in this position of playing b4, b5 quite quickly. Although it doesn't seem so spectacular. So, okay, probably not bishop b4, but instead bishop d6.
Alan, can I ask, sorry, if black plays knight e4 here,
Yeah.
what would you do with white? You just have to ignore
I
it?
think you just leave it. You might play a3, or I think you probably wouldn't though. You'd probably just go here and allow this exchange. Although then bishop b4 is a little bit more problematic. Takes c6 you can't play. So I guess you play knight takes c8. Which, well, I guess you play knight takes c8. It's a bit strange to exchange off that knight for that bishop, but yeah, some sequence. And then if black was to do this one, although the king is on d2, it's actually also probably quite safe, and black has got an ever so slight problem as to which way to take that knight back. You can probably just take it with the queen. That seems okay.
Yeah, it's quite nice. It's all right.
It's okay. I think black's probably doing all right here, but it's a slightly peculiar way to play, shall we say, in the opening.
Well, I did play all the moves that you predicted about 20 minutes ago with knight a4 and
Yeah.
d2.
Yeah, that did look sensible, just to keep the pawn in touch. Okay, Pert Willow was this endgame. Is this endgame, I should say? And I'm a little bit surprised by h3. But okay. No, yeah.
And it's a technical question.
Of course.
If white played g3,
Yeah.
was bishop h3, is there a way to explore that for white? Is that a stupid move?
No, it's not a stupid move at all. I think white, but one thing white might do now is go bishop f1.
Right, swap them that way.
And you'd have to now swap. Would you have to swap? You might not have to swap because of
Get it back again.
yeah, but
Oh yes, really.
this is still the same sort of level of suffering as before. Really, it's not really changed too much.
Very true.
Yeah, I thought about that bishop h3 move.
He's gone h3.
Oh, we said this earlier. Yeah, that was...
Now, this was the sort of what I was trying to force through for black, but it's probably still bad, right?
Is it bad? Is
King
it?
h2, rook d2.
Well, why is it bad though?
Well, maybe rook a4 anyway.
Ah, right. And if you take and then go rook back to c2,
Back to c2.
probably still a draw, right? Somehow, but yeah, still. Well, nah, you got that a. I just it's very negative
A4
prep by
perhaps.
black.
Just get
but-
on with pushing him.
Yeah, no, you're right. Very negative play. But yeah, I mean, hopefully he'll find a way to hold it. We like Jonah. We're cheering for Jonah. He's a very sympathetic character. Unlike Nick. No, I'm only kidding, Nick. I can slag these people off as much as I want because they're not watching the commentary.
It's your commentators.
And then they'll watch you later say, what did you say about me? Is Charlie the chess cat around today, by the way?
Yeah, Charlie Chesscat said meow a few times.
Oh,
already.
thank you, Charlie. Yeah.
So, this is quite interesting developments in this game.
Wow.
So, after this a5, knight h4, he did go bishop g4, and Yi Chen didn't play bishop f3, which is the move we were considering. Instead, he just went queen c2. And now after rook d8, knight e3, I'm not sure that black should have allowed this knight to jump into f5. I certainly would have been.
It says it here. The avow is favouring black, right?
Wow.
Which is
Knight
interesting.
f5, queen d7, bishop g5.
Still saying black is better. So what is the good move here? Let's try and work it out without me resorting to cheating. There must be a good move. What about? Can I play Adam? Right.
You can do something crazy.
Yeah, I'm always looking to do. You know me. I'm always looking to do something crazy. I'm a crazy guy.
All right. Well,
I'm a crazy guy. What about? Nah, I wanted to go bishop c4, but it doesn't feel like a very good move, right?
just rook d1.
Oh, hang on. Can I take... What happens if I take on f5? It's often forcing moves, which are good.
You take on f5. Knight takes f5.
I must admit, it seems strange. Does it not seem strange to you that the computer's favouring black here? It doesn't look like black's better, right?
Yeah, no, there's nothing.
No, queen d3 is the move.
Queen d3. All right, so I guess I'll probably trade those.
Rook takes, but now I've got the d file. I'm good.
You're good. Rook d1, rook d8. I've got to be actually got a little bit careful there. Maybe even rook d1 about my f pawn.
We could check this. We could check this to see if that's true
Queen
or not.
D3.
Whether it's actually queen d3.
Yeah, it looks like it is queen d3.
Oh, is it queen
Yeah,
d3?
it looks like
Am
it
I
is.
right? Wow.
Well, you're not the only person. Somebody suggested it before you in the chat, actually. But
Yeah, but they are cheating. So, it's like when you do these puzzles on on
you
Twitter.
know that they're cheating.
They're always cheating. Suddenly you get like 20 answers, and it's all like it's a really difficult puzzle, and they're all like
They've all
nailed
got it
exactly.
right.
I mean, it's so blatant the amount of cheating that goes on online, which is understandable, right? Because people are insecure. I get it. I was insecure once, but
How bad is it if I just
no, we've got no games on
if I
VHS, so
just-
I'm not able to.
do that?
I think he's got to go queen d3, right? I mean, you have to, it's such. And what else do you do with black position? Like, but obviously people are like afraid of the capture on f6. Yeah,
Yeah.
he would be afraid of the capture on f6, but you call the opponent's bluff. The problem is if you take on f6 at him, now I've got access to d2 square as well.
Yes. This is what I wanted to try and avoid. What I wanted to try and do here is I wanted to go rook d1, rook d8, take,
Yeah.
and then bishop f1.
Right.
But-
Yeah, that's sensible. Right, but maybe I'll just go back or
Then you
something.
just probably just go back.
Maybe I could even
I've
go
got a
knight
one-
e4 with a fantastic exchange stack.
Yeah, possibly.
Bishop d3, knight f2.
F2, yeah.
Maybe, but that's probably a little bit too
Very
funky, right?
interesting. Take. And then knight takes f2.
It's comp, but I probably, yeah,
Maybe
no, it's
bishop-
actually genuine comp here. It's not even comp because I'm going to win. I'm going to win
You're going to
back
have 2
piece
pawns.
and have 2 pawns, so it's at least equal for a black problem. But yeah, I mean, I feel like queen d3. If you don't go queen d3, what are you doing? You know, what's your position's all dressed up, but queen d3 is a good move, so you should play it. If he doesn't find queen d3, then I think you'd be slightly disappointing for the Max Turner fans.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the only other thing really that be considered, I guess, would be bishop c4, but then rook d1.
Apparently that's a bad move, yeah. It's queen e3 is fairly obvious because Cat Breed said I don't cheat. Right. Okay, I believe you. Many wouldn't.
Bishop d3, also possible. I mean, bishop does have some merit in the square.
Real girls get down and c4. Want to improve your chess with GingerGM shop? It's hopeless. This is a fake quote by me. Fake news. It's like those AI fakes of me. That's not true. Yeah, GingerGM's got lots of good material, got lots of good stuff there. Check out my course, How to Win Chess Tournaments, which is now available on Chessable as well. There's also a number of good courses by people like, I think, have you done a course for GingerGM? No, but I think
haven't done one.
Lawrence Trent's done one. I think Blair Connell has possibly done one as well.
Roland Poisters did one, didn't he?
Keith Arkle's done a course on endgames, also a book. So
Go
there's
check it out.
Check all that material
Check
out.
it
There's
out.
some great content on our website.
Look up there, 50% off currently at GingerGM.com. Take yourself there, spend some money,
David Howell as
improve
well.
your chess.
Nick Pert's also done a course. I think he's done a number of
How
courses.
can you
Nick
resist
Pert.
that man with the 2 knights?
Very good
and the
looking guy.
ginger
Very good
beard?
looking guy, Simon. Yeah, looks a little bit like an ancient druid wizard, doesn't he?
Does, yeah.
He looks
He's
like
very
one of these-
wise.
Merlin or something, you know, Merlin from back in the day. Oh God, I'm going to talk about another film now, Excalibur.
I haven't seen that one.
Not many have.
Okay. Anywhere else you would like to go?
I want to go back to the Hebden game.
I want to go back to the Hebden game.
I think that's the big.
Okay,
I think
that's
this is the
quite-
big clash, right?
That's quite interesting what's happened there.
So now it's equal, right?
So we left it in the position after Bishop B1, and I was saying when you went off, I was saying that Bishop takes F3 or Bishop B7 were the 2 moves that I was thinking were most likely. He's gone Rook F8.
Very natural looking move, yeah.
Rook C1, which is your suggestion to essentially to pin the C pawn, and now A5.
A5 is an excellent move. It's a very typical move in those kind of positions because you're essentially dealing with this issue down the C file, which is that white wants to take, and if knight takes, you never have to worry about B4. So you're clamping down on this C5 square forever for black.
Right.
So it's interesting
so you're
now.
stopping B4 essentially.
Exactly, Hebden's gone for exactly Adam, and he's stopping B4. And you pointed out tactics with B4 earlier. There were certain games where white played B4. So Michael Adams, this is one of his great masteries. He knows the ins and outs of all the variations that he plays.
It's very interesting what's happened because I was actually suggesting this as possibly one way for white. I was saying that Bishop B7 might have been played previously precisely because this is perhaps an idea for white with this rook possibly swinging over this way.
Right. It hates that move. The computer absolutely hates that move. I think it's slightly. We said yesterday with Harry Grieve that it's slightly impatient at certain moments. It's funny enough that was with the pawn push, maybe E5 as well, right? Or there was some kind of E5 move that ended up backfiring on Harry. And funnily enough, this move is also. So people are like being a little bit impatient when they play against Michael Adams, and I think that's due to nerves. They're nervous because they're playing him, which is understandable. They know that he is the best player in the tournament, so there's a lot on the line whenever you play him. The move E5 looks a little bit rash by Mark, but I feel like that's what slightly surprised me because I think like Mark with his experience wouldn't fall into this trap. It seems like he has as well. But obviously he's got ideas behind that move E5,
What would you play here?
So why is the computer hating this? I think it's just a simple recapture on D4. The simple capture, not recapture, sorry. The simple capture must be the reason why it hates this for white.
And then what are you going to do when I take on C8?
Take back the rook.
Rook takes, and then Queen C2.
Aha, you've mated me. But I've got Queen C5 at the end of that line.
Queen C5.
I can run, right? Maybe this is what he's missed. That is Queen C5, Queen H7, King F8. But that's a really obvious, that's a really easy thing to see. Right, you take, maybe, I think his idea is if you take, he wants to go Rook C7, which is very natural, right? I think that's the idea.
Rook C7 doesn't threaten anything.
Doesn't threaten anything, we can't, yeah, true, Queen D8 or something, yeah, no, that's a good point. So, I think...
Unless it threatens Queen C2, but then Queen D8 still gives the square.
There's also a tactic here. If you take on D4, Knight D4, there's a Queen G5 in the air, right? Hitting G2, hitting C1, hitting E5.
Show that one.
Nasty tactic. Effectively forcing white to take on C8 probably. So
yeah.
Why can't I get these positions when I play Martyrs Black? I need to start playing this.
C takes D4 apparently is the move. Well, that's not that surprising because I mean the only thing is that obviously he has to calculate this line, as we say. I guess it's Rook takes rather than Bishop takes. Rook takes, Bishop takes, Queen C2. I mean, knight takes. I think you're just going to be. You're just now really regretting this move, like queen c5 maybe.
Or queen g5 is also good as well. Queen c5, I think you're right. Queen c5 is a good move, and it's just horrible because knight f3. You got queen c1, queen f1, queen b2, right? Just a clear pawn for nothing.
Yeah.
Or knight f3 is also bishop b7 is also a very good move.
Bishop b7, queen c1, lots of tempting options. So if you don't do that, my idea had been to go queen c2, and then I think you're forced to play a good move in queen c5.
Yeah, but that's just a crusher, right?
And I can take on, well, no I can't. I was wanting to take on d4, but then you can just trade the queens and you're just a pawn up in this endgame.
The comp is saying minus 1.67. Adams level, that's probably already a winning advantage. People are playing badly against Adams, and I think that's the intimidation factor. I mean, Harry Greave was capable of much better chess than he showed yesterday. And Mark is capable of better than this, but he also makes you look bad because his simple chess is putting you under pressure. He's playing simple chess. It makes it look easy, but it's not easy. It's backed up by a lot. We've already talked about it's backed up by a lot of calculation. Adams is avoiding these kind of mistakes. Adams, as White would not play e5 because he would do this falsifying process, as we've already discussed. That he would see that after cd4, rook c8, rook c8, rook c8, bishop c8, queen c2 is met by queen c5, as Adam pointed out. So therefore, he would have falsified e5. Instead of e5, I mean, what else? I mean, I think we could have played a move like queen e3, maybe some kind of luft on the king's side, maybe take on c5. It's a little bit too ambitious, this move e5. Yeah, it's a very double-edged move because effectively you're weakening your whole pawn complex. It's very clear to anybody watching that if you take on d4, e5 becomes very weak. So I think he's just made a big miscalculation here, and I think that's partly due to nerves, partly maybe due to fatigue as well. We talked about this earlier in the tournament that Mark's coming back from seniors event. Do you think it was a mistake for him to play the seniors, given the British was in Leicester this year? Well, obviously not, because he did well at the seniors. Do you think that maybe he might have been better off just resting and just...
Maybe, but he wanted to play. It's a prestigious tournament for him to play, and I think he likes playing that team event. So why not play them both?
Yeah, it was a very interesting comment by Kevin Winter, 59. As a wild guess, I'd suggest that probably means that Kevin was born in 1959, but I think Mickey's not done much, but be careful and let Seb self-destruct. A little bit like what he did against Harry. You know, Harry kind of self-destructed a little bit in that game. And I think it's a point worth making that people assume at the top level, you know, grandmaster level, people win games through amazing chess. I don't think they do. I think a lot of playing good chess or playing at a reasonable level, playing at a high level, is actually avoiding mistakes. And you know, you imagine chess is such a complex game, people are going to make mistakes. So if you don't make any big mistakes yourself, and say, it's easy to say that, it's less easy to do. And as already discussed with Adams, his calculation is what helps him to avoid making big mistakes, because his calculation is very good. Therefore, it's like a duck under the water. There's a lot of stuff going on underneath that you don't really see. He makes it look easy. He plays his pieces to natural squares, but in reality, there's a lot of hard work going on there.
Yeah.
Is it a critical, one of the positions quite more simple if he doesn't play e5? Exactly what you say, isn't it? Is it getting towards a critical psychological point for Mark in that maybe takes some c5, he thinks he's got virtually no chance of winning?
I don't think he would be too concerned with a draw. You know, I don't think he would have. I don't think he would have gone into this game thinking, you know, a draw is a bad result. I've got to go all in. First, it's too early in the tournament. But yeah, there is some element. We were talking about this earlier, where a draw, you know, you're under pressure. But you know, it's a difficult one because a draw. Obviously, this game isn't over anyway. Right, it's a long way from being over. He has to find c takes d4, which is not that obvious. Actually, it's quite obvious, isn't it? Really? But do you know what I mean? But it's even if he finds it, it's far from over this game. But he has found it. Yeah.
Surprising. Okay, what we'll do, we're going to go on a short break, 10 minutes or so, and then we'll be back. Okay, so we're back, and we left this position with awaiting c takes d4, which came, and the line where Mark played rook takes c8, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, bishop takes c8, and rather than play queen c2 here, Mark has played queen e4. Adams plays queen c5, which is the same move that would have been played against queen c2, and now Mark has played h4. So here, at least he's obviously created some space for his king, so he's definitely now considering queen h7 and queen h8 and queen takes g7 as an idea. So, for example, if you were to give me a check, I think I just run, and if you took my pawn here, I guess the check would happen. King f8, queen h8, king e7. But what now? Why maybe white and black can do this as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think Mark might have seen up to queen e4, and I think what's happened is he's possibly misevaluated all this. Because queen e4 it's a Mark type of move. It feels very natural, but the computer just doesn't like it. It just thinks it's all wrong for white.
I'm not quite sure what white does here.
Not a lot.
Like bishop e4 maybe.
You could take on c8 though, right?
Okay, and what's your idea? And then you want to take on d4, do you?
It's not going to be enough. Probably just knight e5 is a good move.
Knight takes e5.
Because I can always hide on
just
f6.
Go there and then there. If
Yeah,
necessary.
he's gone king f8 by the way, which is it's decidedly suboptimal. Called. I was actually expecting king f8 because I thought it was like a Mickey Adams type of move. Very, you know, kind of very sly, very kind of, you know, not sly. What's the word? Very kind of slick, positional. Still better for black, and the idea is to put the king on e7, and effectively that would, the king is in absolutely no danger now, but apparently that's slightly suboptimal.
I think queen c1 was the answer.
Queen c1 was probably the correct move, but again it's an engine type line, which I think Adams tends to avoid these kind of like really super sharp lines. He tends to play very solid positional moves instead. And so the question is what's happening after queen h7, right?
Well, if that's the question, then
What is the answer?
well, the answer is he can do exactly what I suggested before.
Oh, so you don't
Queen
think...
c1 and queen takes
Right,
b2.
so you don't think that's... Well, what happens if you go... yeah, so still problems here for
So
white.
it looks like there's something better here for white than queen h7.
Maybe you can go like
King
bishop...
H2.
King h2, oh, slide move, right? Yeah, clever. Yeah, king h2, but that's a tough move to spot as well.
I don't know if it's a good move. Just a move.
But the engine doesn't seem to be dropping after your king h2 suggestion. Yeah, it said -2 -2.2 queen c1. Well, I suspect king f8, slightly inaccurate move, has possibly
really dropping. Like,
has dropped the evaluation decidedly. But I still think Hebden is in trouble.
Can he even take that one?
Yeah, because even though you win c8, you're then dropping b1 at the end. Very clever. Yeah, disaster for white. So I think king f8.
I don't think he'll play. Queen h7.
I think you've got to try your king h2 move. I think that's a very clever idea, actually.
Well, problem with it is that now d4 isn't really a pawn you're ever gonna be taking because of the e5 pawn in exchange. So I don't know, like maybe just g6.
By the way, Harriet pointed out there's some interesting. I don't know if we could switch that. We can come back to this.
Sure.
David Eggleston seems to have blundered a piece, so Egg is in trouble. Gasanov is having a bad day against Katatoma, so that's also interesting. Katatoma is the current reigning English women's chess champion. Beat a good friend of mine, Zoe Varney, in the final round. to deservedly win. I don't know if that was her first title, but certainly won't be her last.
Okay, so this is the game in question, Gasanov versus Toma. We haven't looked at it at all yet, so we'll whip through the opening. E6. So Queen's Indian. Take, castle, bishop e7. And c3, castle, rook d1. Queen b6. Bishop f4. All looks pretty normal. d6, h6. Trying to make that bishop feel a little bit awkward on f4. Rook d8, rook d1, e5, bishop e3, knight c6. Black
Knight
looks like
c6
played,
already
played it well.
It's already looking slightly unpleasant for white. Maybe, but maybe this g4 was apparently bad. Possibly, you know, your knight h4 is kind of.
Yeah.
Possibly, you know, like here,
Yeah.
maybe here knight h4 was a more sensible move. Also, open up the bishop on g2.
Black would probably have gone knight d4 anyway though.
G4 feels a bit artificial to me. It feels like you kind of taking some liberties and, you know, maybe you're underestimating your opponent. Actually, the way he's played is really clever with this g6 stuff, because suddenly then you can use the rook in an attacking sense. I think this is what he's underestimated.
Ah, yeah, very nice idea. So g6, the idea is that, yeah, well, okay, white's open the g file, but at the same time, black's open the h file. So you can see here after rook g1, she just goes king g7, and after queen d1, there's a very high chance here that she's just going to play rook h8.
Yeah. Yeah, problems. I mean, you
Just
know, real
continue.
problems are. I mean, the problem is that rook on d2. We need that rook in the attack, but how do you get the rook into the attack? You can't get the rook into the attack. Can't switch to like g3 or g2, where it might play a useful role. I mean, it's buried on d2. It doesn't really do anything. So, yeah, your rook h8 is obvious, but very
Obvious.
yeah.
And then just double, probably. Just double the rooks.
You know, we're starting to see positional mistakes with pawn moves, because we saw that in the Eggleston game yesterday, where he went like g4 to g5 when he should have gone f3 against Richard Pert. We're seeing this e5 move as a positional mistake in the Harry Grieve-Hebden games against Adams. So maybe people need to do more work on their pawn play.
Well, there's plenty of books out there on that on the subject, aren't there, for them to read?
Oh, there. I mean, I've never heard of a book on pawn play.
Have you not read Sam Shankman's book, for starters?
Well, clearly
He's got two books.
Well, clearly these people haven't read it.
Start with that one, then we can move on to that book by that Chilean grandmaster on pawn structures.
Oh,
Have
okay.
you read
There's,
that?
no, I have read a very good book by Baburin on,
Baburin's book on pawn structures.
yeah, which was
Quite a
on
lot out
the
there.
Queen's isolate Queen's pawn positions. I thought
They
that
always
was
start with that. Well, a lot of these books start with that as a sort of first chapter, I've noticed.
good. Yeah. So yeah, rook h8. It's practically very, very difficult now for white. I mean, big trouble here.
What was the other one? Eggleston. Right.
Eggleston. Let's have a look at the Eggleston game. Oh my God.
What's happening here? Has he just blundered a piece? Is this the problem?
Let's go. Should we go from the start? Maybe.
Sure. Hey, we've got e4 finally. So e6, d4, d5, knight c3, knight f6. David Eggleston doesn't normally play the French, does he?
No, I think
It's a Neidorf player.
we already mentioned that he's quite good at avoiding preparation.
Right.
But clearly in this game it's backfired because maybe he didn't know the opening quite well
He's
enough.
played
No-
it twice apparently. I think this is his new opening.
yeah, I mean
Take,
it looks
take,
fine.
take, check. c6, back. Bishop d6. Okay, c3. Bishop d7. All looks okay for black. Bit passive with that bishop, but never mind.
Absolutely fine.
C5.
Yeah, C5.
Take. Rook b8.
Okay, the danger signs were there, right? But castles is probably an okay move.
Castles. Is it
Oh, maybe
okay?
that's-
No, maybe
oh,
that's
you-
the blunder.
Right. Aha, right. So let's go back. Okay, so you failed to do the whole I'm boring people to death now with this. The whole
You are boring people to death. With falsify.
falsifying, but you know, it might be boring, but it's what you need to do, and you know, you probably need to do this on every move, right? So if you think about his position, so we now know that knight f3 is a problem. What other moves could we play? I mean, queen e7 is possible, maybe e5 immediately,
Just move the bishop.
or just simply move the bishop. Maybe he was worried about a knight b5 idea.
Yeah,
It's
I thought that, but then I thought, well, if you're that worried about it, why don't you just play like bishop e5?
Even bishop c7, knight b5, bishop b6, and just allow the check on. How bad is that?
That feels risky.
I agree with you. It's probably really, but it's better than losing a piece. Better than what happened in the game.
It's definitely better than losing a piece.
So bishop c7,
Knight b5.
and then bishop b6. Is this really? I don't know. It looks very suspicious.
I don't like it.
No, don't do this. But you could.
I mean, I could also, if I really wanted to show off, I could.
probably
Oh no,
do other
I
stuff.
don't know. Okay.
Maybe even rook d7 is possible.
So is already the position slightly awkward for black, or is he just fine?
Do you think people are losing because of tilt, Adam? Like Gasanov lost yesterday, and he doesn't seem like he's emotionally recovered. And the same thing happened with David Eggleston had a disappointing result. Feels like I'm going to make a prediction. If Eggy loses this game, you know what's going to happen, right?
He's going to have a bad tournament?
He's going to withdraw. He has been known to do the occasional withdrawal.
Well, I mean, I think he's going to be really disappointed with himself if this is indeed just a whole piece just gone south.
He's better than this. He's better than this,
this.
David. He normally plays well in the British Championships, and to just lose a piece like this. Actually, if you go back to castles, can I go bishop c5? Was that a stupid move?
Bishop c5.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go still my knight b5. And then you were going to take on f2, presumably.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can do that actually, can't you? You take on f2.
Yeah, clever. Yeah, bishop c5. I mean, just solid moves. You got no problems here as black. And long term, you got the two bishops.
The only thing might be I'm just going to still go knight f3.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that's often what I was saying earlier. Like, effectively, bishop a4 here maybe is that stupid. I was saying earlier that if you just avoid making silly mistakes, it's often, it sounds a bit boring, but that's often the key with chess, even at a decent level.
Castle, but then you castle.
No, but d1's hanging, right?
Yeah, I don't care. I'm going to check you.
Oh, you check me. Right, so, yeah, castle, right. Good point. Yeah, I mean, I'm surviving. Maybe unpleasant, but I'm surviving. Whereas in the game, he's run into this. I don't even want to show that. Knight f3, e5, queen d2.
I mean, do you think he'd intended bishop a4? Well, that's just
no, I think he just blundered.
Like,
I think he just blundered knight f3.
Could he play bishop a? No, can't. You just take on d6.
I think he just blundered knight f3. It's fairly obvious he just blundered knight f3, and I think partly due to emotional. But very careless by David, who generally does well in the British Championships. He does a lot of coaching, David, and I think that's probably slowed down his progress over the board. The fact that he does so much of the coaching. A lot of people have found this. I know you probably found this yourself, that doing the coaching is like a distraction.
Oh, definitely.
And doesn't always necessarily help the quality of your own chess, because you're basically concerned with how to get people to avoid 4-move checkmate.
Yep. Well, not even that sometimes. How to move the pieces around a chessboard. Okay, let's look at person ledger.
By the way, Jack Rudd's won as well.
Okay, well.
So surprise, he'll be in the commentary room. I think.
Maybe we have a rule that they're only allowed to show one game per tournament.
From Jack.
From anybody.
Oh, from anyone.
We could do that, couldn't we?
Yeah, because otherwise Jack could just show all his games.
Yeah. Anyway, so he did play this knight a4.
Yeah, I thought if you're going to make, the only thing that makes sense is, though Rich is a very well prepared player, I think he would have prepared something like this. But there's both using quite a lot of time actually, so that I mean, I could have whizzed out all these moves in a 1 minute game, right? They're kind of so obvious. I don't know why they're spending so much time, but it's not very deep stuff. A5, bishop d6. Yeah, I mean,
Take. Knight f3. Take. I quite like black's position.
yeah, I'm loving
Knight
black here.
e4, f5, and queen a3.
Queen a3 is a good move, and it kind of puts a little bit of a question mark on black with this a6 pawn. The only problem that black has, you're absolutely right, Adam, this is quite a good position for black. The only problem that black has, he's got long-term weakness of a6 in the endgame.
Yeah.
So if you trade, how do you then resolve that weakness?
How do you release your rook, so to speak?
Yeah, I mean, obviously black is fine, but there is that kind of hanging pressure. Not so easy.
I think I probably would do it anyway. And then
Maybe I'll put the king on e7.
yeah.
So I'm ready to bring the rook to b8,
I mean,
right?
you've also got a problem with your pawn on a5. From
That's
the same,
true.
Same sort
That's
of
true.
sense, but I don't know exactly what might be the best move here. Maybe king e2, perhaps. Page b8.
I think there's got to be a draw offer here in this game at some point. I'll be interested to ask the players afterwards, but it might be a draw offer around about this point. Richards is another guy who's kind of fond of occasionally having the odd quick draw.
Maybe. Yeah. Possibly even like now.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
Queen a3.
That's what I'm thinking. It feels like a good time to offer a draw because it feels like you're not really certain here why if you're better or worse, right? If you're trying to evaluate a position, it feels like a position where he's gone king e7, which is a very natural square, right? That's a good move.
Actually, yeah.
No, the computer hates it. No, he likes it again. So just bring the rook to b8. And yeah, I mean, black just has no problem. I'll be slightly concerned here as well, I'll be honest. I feel like I'm starting to lose the thread of the game and end up with the worst position if the rook was to come to b8 and then come to b3. c3 is very weak here as well, starting to notice.
Yeah, exactly. I was wondering if the rook maybe doesn't even go to b8 and instead it goes to c8.
Right.
And just play down.
But just
the
in general,
c5.
how do you relieve the pressure on
Yes.
c3? Because
Don't
if you
really
take
see
on e4, then, very comfortable game for black.
Then there's no problem with a6 at all. And
Yeah,
it's
exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, somebody's got very wet. I think we're seeing this in some of these games that people are playing very wet in the opening with white, assuming that they could always bow out with a draw. But that hasn't proved to be the case because in this game, if anyone's under pressure, it's probably Richard. I think Richard would take a draw here. You know, I say like he takes a draws occasionally. I think he's distracted by his kids playing chess. Although David Hayden was kind of mocking him for that. I don't know if you want to hear the story, but
Can do.
where he was saying something about, he was just sort of like saying that Richard always claims he had to take a draw because he's got to look after his kids, but Hayden was just that was just an excuse. It wasn't a very funny
Wow.
story. What's happened there?
So this was Fernandez and Wadsworth, or Wadsworth and Fernandez. I don't think you were out, but I was briefly discussing this position after rook b8. I thought white would probably just go e3, but he's played it in a little bit more aggressive fashion, shall we say, and gone knight e5. Daniel's just responded with knight e4, trying to take advantage of the fact that white's a little way away from castling. And now after knight takes c8, knight takes d2, king takes d2, knight takes e5, takes, and takes. And apparently queen takes b7 is a bad move.
Well, I think we're seeing, again, people have been impatient and they end up running into trouble. Saying like, impatient chess doesn't seem to get you anywhere. But this move, I would never play this position as white, to be honest. Like, why would you want to have your king on d2 so early in the game? He's gone bishop c5, which is probably a good move. I mean, maybe, yeah, that's got to be good. This is just a terrible position for white.
It's
Yeah?
like a good move, yeah.
I think Fernandez is the main danger to Adams, and it's also significant that he's played him already.
Yeah.
If Adams slips up, there's a very obvious candidate to take advantage of that, and that is Fernandez. Fernandez still has to play. Well, Nick Pertz has to play them both in theory.
Yeah. Why, Danny, can't I just take an a6? I'm just being incredibly greedy.
I'll just castle, mate. Maybe that's a bad move. It's probably not the best move, but also like bishop b4 is kind of queen g5 moves. It's kind of in the air as well, right?
Mm.
I think castles just looks good, and
It does look very sensible, doesn't it? And then just probably
you
white.
can't play like this with white. You
White's
know,
going to be finding problems maybe like this now. Just take, and although it looks like some of my advantage I've lost, but I thought, you know, just double on the C file.
also good. Also good.
Where does the
Even if you don't play, like you say,
here I can I can play maybe that one.
even if you haven't, yeah, because maybe white very quickly goes bishop d3, and then we'll hang on. So you need. It's true that you would need to find maybe engine-like moves to, but some kind of d4 might be in the air if white goes e3, right? How did that line go again?
That was queen takes a6.
So queen takes e6 castling. What were you doing?
I think I was going e3.
Well,
now.
then d4,
Now
right?
d4. This looks like
You know, it's the old opposite colour bishops
really good response.
middle game, right? We were talking about this earlier in the tournament.
Cut my bishop there, and now I think probably you'll
Queen
take and
G5.
go queen g5. Yeah, exactly.
Baby stuff. It's baby stuff. You don't have to think about it. You could play all these moves in a bullet game. Yeah, I really don't understand what Wadsworth is doing in this game. It's very strange. Again, you know, might be a little bit intimidation factor. Fernandez has been playing really well recently. I think these guys know each other quite well. But Fernandez, I think he's probably nailed on to win this game now. You know, you can't survive. He's a bit of a tactical genius. Very difficult for Wadsworth to survive this position. Very disappointing game from Wadsworth's perspective. I don't really like that move. What move was it again?
Queen takes b7.
But even before that, I didn't like the position before that, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but it was
Perhaps all
like when he went
that
95, right?
yeah.
Just go e3, just play patiently. Why can't
Yeah.
people just play patient chess and just try to win the game later in the game, right? You don't need to win the game now.
This was this interesting one where pawn arrived on d3 quite an early stage. One question in the chat was, what time does our stream normally start? It's 2:30 is when the games start, and we have been sort of kicking off at 2:30 mainly. Worth pointing out the last round I think starts at 10. Is that right? 10 o'clock?
Yeah,
so don't tune in on Sunday at 2:30. I mean, you can do if you like, but we might be finished by then. We probably will be finished by then.
Well,
So
I think I'll be doing.
tune in at 10.
I'll be doing a lot of yawning that day, because you know, even more
It's
than
one of your
normal.
big bugbears, isn't it?
Number
one.
number one is why we have all these rounds in the morning, which I
Early
completely.
rounds, chess.
Also, lack of rest
Last.
days, I think, in chess is unfortunately, but that's directly a bit like the early morning games. Is directly obviously related to the lack of funding. Knight c5 is a good move.
Yeah, I'm not really sure that White needed to do this, but we thought knight e1, didn't we?
Yeah.
But okay,
Yeah.
rook e1 castles and rook e3. Now after knight c5, the rook is looking a little bit oddly placed, I would say. Knight e5, bishop takes g2, king takes g2, a6 boots the knight away.
Yeah.
Knight d4, okay, it's coming into c6, queen c7, b4, bishop d6.
Bishop d6 is a good move. Although actually,
One person in the chat says, don't most chess players just spend the rest of the day studying, presumably chess? How does this differ from playing in terms of energy levels?
well, it depends how you. That's a good point, actually. I mean, I think back in the day, you know, if we go back to say the times of people like Bobby Fischer, they used to have much longer tournaments, and there were rest days built in. you know, tournaments were going for months. Now the whole fashion is to have very short tournaments, right? Probably the longest tournament going at these days, something like Vikanze, which I don't know how many rounds is it, maybe.
Well, candidates, I suppose.
Or the candidates, there's something like 13 rounds, but these are generally quite rare. So my argument for saying rest days, people think, well, chess is not a tiring game. I disagree. I think it's very tiring and mentally draining to play. I remember playing, you know, just to give you an example, I played Mark Adams a few years ago, 2018 Whole British. And he made a number of mistakes in that game that he would not have done if we'd played in round 2 or 3. And I think it was purely fatigue related. He admitted, you know, after the game, he was very, very tired. Because you're playing on board 1 every single game. That might also be an issue in this tournament as well. You're playing on board 1 in every single game. And you're playing very tough opposition round after round. You don't get rest. So I feel like rest days would be ideal, but unfortunately, as we've already discussed, you know, the funds in chess are limited. It is what it is. Everybody is in the same boat anyway. But I guess you could argue it favours the younger players because they've got more energy, they're less likely to get tired. Anyway, I've waffled on enough. That's what I'm paid to do, waffle, right?
Yeah.
I'm here for the waffling, you're here for the chess. I'm here for the waffling, the film references, the golf talk. The impressions,
entertaining
the
stuff.
singing.
I'm just here to be bored.
Bishop d6, I like that move by
chess.
Harry. It's a very clever move, but the computer doesn't seem to love it. But
Alright, so critically here, what if I take your knight?
Bishop
You're
e5.
going to take my knight, and if I take your pawn,
I'll probably take. Oh no, maybe I've got a
you're
check.
going to give me a check, I would think, aren't you? Probably.
Actually, I could take on b6 anyway, because rook e5 does b2 is hanging as well.
Yeah,
right?
you could do that one as well.
It's
Do
also
that one as
possible.
well.
Yeah, queen b7 is a good move, but there is queen f3. What's that like? But then queen b6 maybe, because sometimes you hit
Sneak round
b2
this
and you
way.
hit b1 as well. Very tough, a very tricky play by Harry. This bishop d6. He's really kind of cranked up the tension with this bishop d6 move. He could have played maybe something
Somehow
else.
it looks like White's doing well here.
I think some
Maybe
move
just
like
knight
knight
f3?
bc6. Sorry.
I thought maybe back.
Yeah, knight f3, clever. Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
back. He's gone in. He's played your knight dc6.
But the computer doesn't seem to like that move.
Knight d7?
Yeah, very sensible. Hitting e5. I think it's a very sensible move. I think that's
If I
what
take
black should
it, oh no,
play.
so I can't take it because the queen takes c6 as a check. It's quite annoying.
Maybe I can go f4, right? Just really, I mean, this is starting to turn into serious mess territory. But it kind of looks quite dangerous for black because that bishop on b2 is very much alive.
Yeah, I
And-
wanted to shut it down immediately actually if I could.
Ah, right. Like
Like,
trades again.
Trade everything off and then give a check. Let's say, take, you have to take with your knight, bishop takes. And if you take with your bishop, I thought I'd give a check and then go knight g4. Oh, I can't go knight g4, that's sad. But I might just be able to take your pawn off.
Probably. Might end up being drawish, but maybe better for black actually, yeah.
Or knight d7,
Knight d7 is fine.
so it looks okay.
I'll probably come back to c3, give you c4. Or I could go rook c1 actually. Yeah, knight dc6 is tricky as well. These two guys have both been tricky.
Yeah, he's played knight d7. Well, it looks, I think that's right. He's played knight d7.
Apparently that's not, knight dc6 was not the best move because it seemed to be giving white an edge there.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, some good move, isn't it?
Maybe
Knight
that
f3.
was a better move, yeah.
Just stabilise the knight in the middle there, push your knight back, and then just play probably to try and capture this pawn, which maybe has been a bit of a thorn in White's side for a little while.
I don't mind what he's done. I mean, knight c6 is, you know, it's not terrible. It's not
He's played
terrible.
f4 now.
It may not be the best move, but it's still keeping the tension. Yeah, I feel like Clary Chanson is doing reasonably well in this game. He's keeping in there. So I think the game is fairly balanced, this game. I don't know if you want to go back to the Hebden game.
Let's go back to the Hebden game, yeah. Good.
That was obviously getting very critical. Oh, wow.
So let's see where we left this one. We left this one after h4, didn't we? h4, king f8, we left it here. Mark played bishop d3.
Quite a good move, actually. Although I think the computer might prefer king h2, but it's kind of similar.
h5. Check and back. So he's given that check so that he's obviously now thinking about possibly using the pin. Is white a pawn down? Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's play bishop b5. The other thinking I imagine for Adams there would be to go bishop b7 and just take that knight off.
Yeah.
If you did it now,
I've got the check, right?
You've got the check, exactly. That's I think why he's played this h5 move, to give himself this check.
Yeah, which is very, very sensible.
But how wonderful is it if I just drop my king away?
Not very wonderful.
I suppose I could take your knight and take here now at least. Some piece.
Maybe you wouldn't take on d7, I'd take on f3, right? Intermezzo. Does that change anything? Oh, I'm getting mated on at d8. No.
You take on f3, yeah. Okay,
I'm
that's
not
a good
mated.
suggestion. And if I take on e6, you're going to take on g2, maybe.
No, I was thinking more like queen e5, but...
Oh, sorry, of course,
no,
yeah,
maybe.
queen takes e5, yeah.
But there is a queen d8 in that line. It's still very messy. Still very Lionel Messi. Yeah, I feel like the white's hanging on here, right? I mean, he's just trying to equalise the game. Trying to, yeah, desperately trying to hope that Mickey doesn't find...
Adams doesn't like being checked, so perhaps he might.
Or has he said that in the past?
No, I've just
You just
created it as a soundbite.
He doesn't like being checked. Nobody likes being checked.
Well, look at the way he went king f8, avoiding the check.
I played this guy at Hastings a few months ago, and it was kind of annoying because he kept saying check whenever it was check, like really loud. I was like, yes, I know it. Bishop b5 check.
It's check.
Bishop b check. Yes, I know it's check. Thank you. Another one for the Rain Man convention. You know. Yeah. What about f6 here for black? I mean, just...
I thought knight f6.
Yeah, I was wondering about knight f6. Knight f6, can you, white at some point maybe break the pin?
I think probably just queen takes d4 with knight f6.
But you could go bishop b7, queen h4, and then knight f6, right?
Bishop b7, or bishop b7, queen h4, f6.
Yes, that makes a lot of sense.
To,
I mean, it feels like quite a few promising ways for black.
Here maybe I go queen somewhere, g3 or g4.
This is an Adams position as well. It's like pure calc.
I don't think he'll do it.
I think he has gone f6, right? Oh no, hang on. That's position.
No, this is our position. Bishop is on b5.
Yeah. Should I cheat again? I can't even cheat now because the game's on Leicester down. Maybe they've done it deliberately to sabotage me. I'll have a look, see if it's back up. Yeah, it's a tough one for white, I would say. I mean, essentially, he's really been playing catch-up in this game. You know, from the opening. And this is the thing, when you're white against Adams, you know, like, he's so well prepared. And you have to play really, you know, even with white. Oh, here we go, right. We're back. The cheating is back. He's saying bishop b7. Queen h4, you just go king f8 like you said. King f8, bishop d7, same line that we said. Bishop f3.
Yeah.
But that's probably the best that white has.
Queen takes d4.
Queen d4. So hang on. Yeah, queen h4, king f. Also f6, like you suggested, is tremendous for black. Like just crushing actually.
What, instead of
king f8, it's
king
now
f8.
caught up, and it says f6 is just game over. It's just game. I mean, bishop b7 is like a really natural move, right? And
I see already one idea. So I was thinking about moving my queen to the g file, but I think if I do that, you just take on e5, and then you check. You match the check with a check.
okay, the best try after bishop b7.
Yeah.
Right, queen d4, bishop f3.
Queen d4.
Yeah, bishop
Okay.
d7. Right, nice line here. Bishop d7, queen c5 is the move.
Oof.
I think, which is tough to find actually.
Yeah.
I mean, that
Queen
doesn't look
c5.
obvious. Yeah, because also you're giving a check, you're allowing a check as well. I mean, that's really. Yeah, I mean, queen c5, you've got to go into an endgame where you're just a pawn down for nothing.
By just taking.
Yeah, because if you go queen h4, I take on d7 and the e5 is hanging and it's just kaput.
Yeah. Okay. That's clear. Too many. I'm going to be loads of pawns that you're going to probably take another one as well. Yeah. All right. So a little bit of calculation required from black, but if he finds, as we always expect him to, the strongest way to go with bishop b7 and then f6, then it's looking very, very good for black. Okay, this move queen c5 is probably, I can't imagine it's the only good move in the position.
No. I mean, you could just move the bishop, right?
like
well, bishop 8. Oh no, bishop h5 is queen h4.
King takes bishop.
Yeah, also good. Well, at least then you take on h5 at the end, you're hitting f7. But then you're still pawn down,
you're
right?
2 pawns down then.
No, only one pawn
sorry,
down, I
only
think.
one pawn
Only
down.
one pawn, but it's bad.
It's bad. I could
It's-
take
it's-
on no, I couldn't take on e6. You take the king.
I think the only question in that game is whether whether Adams finds a solution where it's technically completely winning, or whether he finds a solution that maybe, this is the only hope for Mark, is that he finds a solution where it's better, but it's not completely winning, and somehow Mark managed to survive, which would not be completely unusual, because we've seen in a lot of Adams games recently that maybe he's not as accurate as he was in the past. He occasionally misses the top engine moves and will play a slightly suboptimal move, but you know, at this level he'll probably get away with it and win anyway. But it's, you know, still a phenomenal player. We're seeing that in this tournament, that he's just a level above everybody else in the tournament. The only one I think is close to him is coattails. We've still got to play Nick though. Nick is I mean, Jonah Willow's gone, is pure suffering against Nick.
Oh yeah, okay. We haven't checked in with that one for a while. I did. That was mainly because I saw there hadn't been loads and loads of moves played. So we got this again. This is in some ways visually quite strange decision at one point. So if you remember earlier in this game, there was a moment where black could have taken on e6 with his pawn and undoubled his pawns, and instead he chose to take with his bishop. Well, here in this position, after bishop takes e6, exactly the same thing applies.
yeah,
He could have played f takes e6. This time I think I can probably understand a little bit more about why he didn't, which is that if f takes e6, let's say rook c5,
Yeah, you're still suffering, right?
there's going to be some moment if you're forced to tie your rook down by playing rook c8, then you're going to have a problem with eventually b5 pinning the and using the pin down the c file. Now, could black extract himself from this in a different way because rook c1 is coming, or does he have to sort of trade a pair of rooks off here? I would have thought that this might just be bad for black.
Even though this endgame is suffering for Jonah, I've got a feeling he'll hold this. Whereas I think the Fernandez game, I was wrong about being lots of draws there. I think Hebden's going to lose, unfortunately. But you know, good for Adams. Wadsworth, I think, is going to go down. I think William Cage Hansen is still very tense that game. Richard Pert Ledger, I think Richard would definitely take a draw. Yi Chen Max Turner very tense. Also, Richard Bates has gone wrong apparently. He's now clearly worse. So that's also an interesting game.
And Gasanov looked like he was sort of
Gasanov's in trouble.
Yeah.
Like,
Where would you like to go?
let's go to the Bates game, maybe. I mean, I don't think the David Eggleston game is very interesting. He's just going to lose, isn't he? I think.
So this particular game was this interesting opening, not novelty quite, but certainly looked like piece of preparation with Queen D4. And
You have that in round 1 or 2 with Richard Bates.
sorry,
You get that in round 1 with Richard Bates.
what, Queen D4?
Yeah.
Exactly the same position.
Against Matthew Dickman.
Okay. Wow.
So Bates has had this before, is what you're saying?
Oh, interesting. So knight e4, f4, knight d6. We saw all this. We got to this position. Rook c1, knight a4 he played.
Yep, clever move.
And then white reacted with knight b5. Bishop f5. Nice active move. Knight e5, knight b2. g4, which apparently
Yeah,
is an
I've already cheated. I know what the best move here is here. So what do you think the best move is for white?
in this particular position.
Yeah, let's have some recommendations for the audience, if there are any.
Any suggestions from our audience? So what's going on here? Black's just snatched a pawn.
There's a good move here for white, which equalises the game. Not obvious.
No, it's quite a hard position to
Not obvious.
get my head round.
Yeah, we've already had that comment from the live audience. Passport said Bates played this time versus Matthew Dignam. Yeah.
Okay.
But Bates is well known to play the Richard does play the G3 King's Indian. Plays it quite well.
Yeah. Could I reroute my knight, Danny? Could I go knight c7?
That's the top move, mate. You're really hitting your stride now.
Getting warmed up finally.
Getting warmed up. You can enter as a wild card. Take down Mickey.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight c7 is a good move because I think the point is not easy for white to. Sorry, for black to defend this pawn on e7. So let's say you went rook c8 or rook or wherever.
Be like one of those horses, you know, misses the break.
Yeah, misses the break. Yeah,
Ends up
I saw
10
one of
legs
those the other day,
behind,
yeah,
but still
yeah.
somehow
start
finds their
celebrating.
way through the field.
That's right. Because now the problem
Rook
that black
E8.
has, yeah, like rook e8, but a7 is just dropping, right? Just a crude capture on a7 would be a good move.
Is it?
Well, maybe. I don't know if it's a good move, but
I thought I would take on e5 and take on c4.
oh, okay, right. But I think there's some kind of gain for white. It's essentially what the computer's saying. Knight c7. Now he's gone g4, but apparently, yeah, after g4, right, black did not play the best move. At g4, what would you play here? It's a better move than what he played. So again, it's all engine stuff, isn't it? It's very easy when you're sitting there with your phone and it's saying blah 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 blah. You know, the computer makes it look easy.
Bishop d3.
Somebody said, Kevin Winter said, quiz question for Danny. Which person born in Leicester was featured in a movie starring John Hurt?
Real name, please.
Real name, please. I don't know this one, but it could have been something like Bob Champion, because I know John Hurt was in that film with Bob Champion. I don't know where Bob Champion was from. He's like a horse racing figure. He rode Aldenite in the 1981 Grand National, but I genuinely don't know. It could also have been.
Oh, can I take? Yeah, somebody's suggesting taking on e5.
But then if I take out a pawn,
Knight takes c4.
have I got bishop h6 maybe?
Huh? Ah, bishop h6. Okay.
Yeah. It's also
So clear. And not my bishop d3.
not bishop d3, no. But there is a good move here for black. The top move. Can anyone find a top move here for black after g4? It's not bishop e6 which was played in the game. It seems to allow white to equalise the game. We've seen this a lot in this tournament, that it's white that's struggling to It's not Bob Champion. It might have been something like. So I'm thinking what films John Hurt is in. So while you're thinking about this, I'm thinking about the John Hurt.
Okay, you do that, yeah. You stick with your movies, I'll stick with the chess.
I know he was in 10 Rillington Place with Attenborough. Yeah, it's Richard Attenborough, the brother of David Attenborough, who was also, of course, in Jurassic Park.
What about Bishop E4?
Bishop E4 is the top movie, yeah. It's probably not. It's probably not Rillington Place either. John Hurt. It was also in 1984, but that was a fictional movie. It wasn't based on anything that happened in real life. Hang on. I think. Yeah. It's, okay. Give us a clue, Kevin, in the chat, because we're struggling a bit with this John Hurt question. It's not Alien, obviously. Alien was born in Leicester. Well, judging by some of the people I've seen walking around, that would actually make sense to me.
Don't want the British to come back here then.
I wrote some comment on Facebook and I said, there's a lot of scumbags hanging around, and that's just chess players. But yeah, there are a few unfortunate characters, but you know, I mean, a lot of them homeless. You know, we're all you know, it's easy to from your high position, from your high chair. We're not all getting great breaks in life. Kevin Winter's failing to give me a clue, so I'm struggling on the John Hurt question. John Hurt was a great actor, by the way. He's in a lot of great films. There's also in that film Midnight Express, which is filmed by, I believe it's Alan Parker, where a guy goes to Istanbul and ends up in prison in Istanbul. Very grim film, actually. The person met Queen Victoria. Right. I don't know. Was it the one where she's got an Indian kind of butler or something that she has a friendship with?
Mrs. Brown.
Mrs. Brown, or yeah. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. It's a terrible quiz because could we fire Kevin Winter as our quiz?
It's your quiz giver. Well, whilst you're doing that, I was trying to get my head around the position, but actually I got really distracted by you talking.
But Bishop
about
E4,
quiz,
Adam. Bishop E4. If you go.
Right. So okay. So Bishop E4. Yeah. Okay.
What was wrong with Bishop E4? Because if you take on D6, I take out a pawn, but that's the tricky thing to see, right? Bishop E4, take on E5.
Why don't you just take this?
Oh, you could probably. That's even better, right? Or that is just better. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good move. Yeah. Again, forcing move captures. Yeah, Bishop E4.
So he's gone with this knight C7, but he's done it a move later.
Yeah, but this is careless by Richard to play Bishop E. This is careless by Jackson not to go Bishop E4, right?
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
Like Bishop E6, but still, actually, he's getting a good position in the game anyway.
The answer is John Merrick, apparently.
Oh, the Elephant Man. He was born in Leicester. I was talking about that film yesterday. It's one of my favourite films. I didn't realise he was born in Leicester. I thought he was from London. He ends up in this circus. Also starred... Well, it starred quite a few famous actors, actually. John Gielgud was in that, and also Anthony Hopkins. The wife of Mel Brooks, who was... can anyone name who the wife of Mel Brooks, who was a famous actress? I'm trying to remember her name. But he was the producer of that film.
Yeah, it looks like a good move here for black.
Because I remember reading about David Lynch, and he went to... he was trying to get this film Eraserhead. I don't know if you've ever seen this film Eraserhead. It's like a really bizarre movie.
What's it called?
Eraserhead.
Eraserhead.
It's this guy in an apartment.
Sounds
really,
like a horror film. Is it a horror film?
It's not really a horror film. It's kind of a little bit like that. But it's this guy's in an apartment with his wife, and they've got a baby, and it's all very bizarre. And the story was that he was trying to get the film funded. Mel Brooks saw the film in America, and he was like, "Oh, this guy's a genius." So he ended up funding this film, which was more mainstream, which was the Elephant Man, as well, which was made around about the same time. So that's really where David Lynch got his big break. Of course, he went on to make all these famous films, like
Twin Peaks.
Twin Peaks is a TV series. It's a really great TV series in the 1980s. They did a limited edition recently as well. They did a limited series. Carl McLachlan. And yeah, so there's Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me,
Blue Velvet.
Laura Palmer, yeah, Blue Velvet with Dennis Hopper. Oh, of course, it starred his had his great Roy Orbison songs as well. In Dreams, I can do that at some point.
Oh, please. Now?
You want me to sing In Dreams?
Yes, please.
Anne Bancroft, that's great. Yeah, great actress. I was like, In Dreams goes something like. At night, the candy-colored clown they called a Sandman tiptoes to my room every night, sprinkles silver stardust, and he whispers, "Go to sleep, everything is all right." I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night. I softly say a silent prayer, like dreamers do, then I fall asleep to dream my dreams of you. In dreams I walk with you, in dreams I talk to you, in dreams you're mine, all of the time we're together, in dreams, in dreams. So it basically just goes on like
Beautiful. Come on.
that. Some people like that song, some people don't.
Oh, you would have definitely made Blair Chess in the chat happy. And everybody in our audience here.
Well,
as
clearly,
so.
judging by the amount of people leaving. Sorry, I won't do any more singing. Maybe I'll do Maria from West Side Story at the end of the tournament, right?
At the end of the tournament, yeah.
At the end of that'll be it. But yeah, it's quite a good song, that one.
Maybe you could ask.
I can't sing it as well as Roy Orbison sang it, unfortunately.
Becomes
but
our British champion to do a duet with you or something.
But yeah, it's still tricky.
Yeah,
Still tricky for Mark, right?
Okay, so what's happened? Queen C1. Yeah, we got this far. Queen C7. Bishop E5. Okay, he didn't play Bishop B7. He played D3.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe he's not always finding the top engine moves, but it's still moves that are probably
Still strong moves.
strong moves that are, might not be the absolute top move, but maybe second or third.
So the point of this one is, if I take with my bishop, I guess you're going to play now knights. Why can't I just take that?
Sorry?
Why can't I just take that? Is it because of bishop B7? Is he going to do...
Take what? Oh, take on
pawn,
B3. Yeah, right.
and then go F6?
Yeah, it's still got a problem with E5 being very weak. Yeah, that's right. Or maybe even just drop the king back, right?
Okay, we'll drop the king
Which
back.
is sensible chess. And you've still got a problem with E5.
So Mark took on D7, Queen takes D7, and now he's gone Queen H7.
Yeah, clever, right?
Is it? So your point is what? When I push my pawn?
Oh, okay. He's trying to get perpetual.
He's trying to make a perpetual. It's just to show that. So he's going to take on G7, and then when I make my new queen, he's going to be able to make a perpetual like this. Yep.
But can't you go... Yeah, so maybe this might be a draw now then. Can't you go bishop B7?
Bishop B7.
If you take on
If I take-
G7 though, it's still a draw, right?
Well, yes.
Yeah,
and
maybe it's a
no,
draw
it
now.
might be. Okay, let me just go back one sec then.
Let's revoke.
Oh, Richard Pert and Ledger have agreed to a draw, Danny.
Exactly what I was predicting. Yeah, but here, by the way, you do push, right? You push. So let's say I push now. I don't bother with this bishop B7,
You
right?
push. And
Queen
then run
G7.
your king, do you?
Queen D5.
Queen
Killer,
D5.
killer move. But that's the tough move to find, right? You're just allowing stuff, but... Because white is just...
What are you allowing? Two checks.
Well, I suppose you're allowing a capture on H6, but you can't capture on H6 here, surely, because of the mate. So maybe you have to give up your knight, but that's just... must be surely lost.
So you give up. You can't give up your.
Well, the problem is you take on h6 on queen,
Oh,
right?
you're just queen, yeah, of course, yeah.
And if you take on d2, you're just technically losing.
Because I'm also guarding my h pawn very handily.
Do you think Adams is as good at chess as I am at singing? I'm not very good at
Blair
singing.
Chess thinks you're an angel.
It's a little bit like those people who appear on X Factor who think they're really good singers.
What is the point of queen d5, please?
I think
Kevin
it's
Winter
to
asks-
give the
it's
queen
to-
some
to-
squares.
To give the king some squares.
King some squares, yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't see why he couldn't also do those two moves in reverse and just go queen
Yeah,
d5
yeah.
now. Looks just as good, doesn't it? Because knight d2 is never going to happen because the queen takes e5, so white is going to be forced to go in for this. And now, after d2, okay, you have a check here. I guess we just go to e8. You have a check here. I now go to d7, and I'm away from your checks for the moment.
Yeah, queen d5 is the killer move, but do you think he'll find that? I'm not convinced he will.
Who thinks he will find queen d5?
He's a good technical player, Adams, so he's capable of finding it, but he's under a little bit of pressure here. You know, like Mark's doing a good job of hustling up some play, right? You know, this is not bad from Black. This is not bad from Mark at all. So clever play by Mark. But yeah, it shouldn't be enough. Apparently, it's not going to be enough.
Don't want to hear me singing.
Just, I wish I hadn't done that singing now. I regret it now. That'll be online for all
Can
eternity.
you guys team up to sing some Travelling Wilburys songs?
Nah,
Will
we're not
Orbison
here
and
for
Tom
singing.
Petty's
We're here to
voices
talk about
combined
chess, right?
would really add to the stream.
Let's carry on. Can we block all these people? Can we block
We
Blair?
won't have any viewers then.
Yeah.
Be a bit harsh.
I prefer doing impressions of singing, to be honest. Less offensive.
Well, okay, so queen d5 at the right moment is strong. Is it? Will he find it just by the fact that, you know, it's obvious what white wants here
Yeah.
in terms of queen takes g7?
What other games is? I think we're getting towards the crucial moments, right?
Okay, this one looks like it's made some progress in this one. So this is this game where Daniel Fernandez sacrificed the pawn on b7 and then just played bishop c5 at this moment. And Matthew did take on a6.
Bishop e3 here. Yeah,
It's hugely dangerous for white after
a
castles.
very strange game.
King
really,
d1.
I don't understand what you're trying to do here.
Rook a8, queen d3, bishop takes f2.
Yeah,
E3.
rook a2.
Rook takes a2, so now there's no material deficit.
I mean, Fernandez is looking impressive. I know he lost to Adams, but other than that, he's looked impressive in this tournament. And he's really, as I was saying before, earlier in the tournament, every game where he needs to win,
Yeah,
he's getting the win.
So queen g5, king e2. This, how is
Unpleasant position for white.
how is black going to continue here? He can very nearly take on b2, but I don't think.
Why
he
can't you
can.
take on e3 and then go rook b2 check?
So bishop takes e3, queen takes e3, rook takes b2 check. King has to go somewhere. Let's put it there.
I mean, it feels even f6 here, right? No, sorry. It's, well,
Maybe even.
also possible.
I thought maybe rook b3, queen b3. Sorry, queen b3, queen c1, and then you've got this pin on your bishop. But
Can I go?
white's
Okay,
not-
go back
this
to
is
that
not so
position,
good.
Adam, please.
Yeah.
What about queen f5?
Queen f5. Yeah, sure. I'll go here.
Right, now there must be good moves here. There must be good moves.
d4. It's an interesting move. d4 could be
Maybe
really
h5,
strong.
yeah.
d4 looks like it could be brilliant.
D4, very good move.
Oh, but I can take.
Maybe if queen g5 takes c1.
You have Queen G5. Yeah, okay.
We're discombobulate, as Mark Hebden would say. I mean,
That's a really, really good move.
I don't really think this game will go much longer. I mean, it's fairly straightforward.
Is that the only way though? Because otherwise the bishop gets trapped.
Yeah, not necessarily.
Maybe F6.
Yeah, also not ridiculous. I mean, the whole thing is just bad play by White, but you know, it's understandable because you're in the British Championships, you probably get nervous. So it's a key game, right? And but I think we are seeing some separation in this tournament, which I predicted earlier in the tournament. Actually, I said there was a chance for Fernandez and Adams to surge clear and really open up a gap. I think the only one who might have something to say about that is Nick.
Yeah. That's a quiz question for you, Danny, from my sister.
Right.
Which former world champion was torn between chess and an opera singing career?
Smith.
Yeah, I know that one, but sorry, hang on. It was for me, not for you guys, right? Yeah, thank you, Harriet, for that question. A bonus point. I know this one. A bonus point. If you name another, don't shout out, please, in the audience.
If you could name another candidate who was also a talented singer.
Yeah, Mark Taimanov, I think.
He was a
piano singer.
Pianist.
Time I played the
Piano.
Maybe it was Nigel Short.
Okay.
He was on X Factor. No, yeah, I have heard of this. Was it someone from way back, maybe?
We had Portish from the audience.
Oh, Portish, that's right. I think I've seen Portish. Well, not met him, but I've sort of...
My sister seems to think it was Taimanov,
Lajos.
actually.
Taimanov. That's what I said, right?
Yeah, that's who you said.
But he was also opera. I think he did
was
piano,
also
but
music.
Yeah.
Music.
I think Smyslov, that's true. He was also good. Smyslov, but someone said that the tournament, the candidates in Zurich in 1953 that Smyslov won was kind of rigged, right? And apparently, this is what I was reading in this book, that Bronstein, when he became the candidate, the last two games were drawn by the guy who was leading, so that Bronstein could qualify.
Okay.
I'll have a chance to qualify, right? Because they felt like Bronstein was having a better chance to do something. Anyway, it was something like that. A lot of these tournaments back in the day were rigged.
Lots of collusion back then, yeah, okay. So, this game we left here after knight d7. We thought probably knight f3 was a little bit better. So the game continued, queen f3, rook c8, b5, looks like a decent move, fixing the knight. Take. So yeah, that's good that he can do that now. This looks better for white. Take. Knight d7, rook h5.
Yeah, it's a good sign that Harry Claridge Hansen is outplaying.
Knight c5.
You know, he outplayed Nick Pert like 1 or 2 rounds ago, and now he's outplaying Harry Grieve, who's also a former British champion. So, you know, this is an encouraging sign for him, right?
Yeah.
But having said that, the position is still very murky. It's not actually, even though the engine is preferring white, black has a lot of trumps as well. He's got pawn on d3. It's not actually down material for black at all, but just the computer's liking the activity of white. I think the material's level, right?
Yes.
So he's liking the activity from white, but how do you use that activity? That's the question. Because if you don't use it immediately, your initiative might peter out. And then I suppose the other problem that black has is a knight on c6 is really wrapping up your rooks. I love having a knight on a square like that, because that's stopping the rook and go to d8. We'd love to go to d8, potentially maybe go to d5, try and exchange off the rook on h5. Can't do that in this position. Probably just going to lose the exchange. It can go to a8.
Yeah.
At some point, right?
So I was thinking in this position, Danny, and I mean, it's pretty natural here. I've got one piece that's not participating, and I needed to participate. Now with a rook on h5 already, I'm thinking to myself, well, okay, how can I attack this king? I'm a bit surprised he played a4 actually.
f5 is really very aggressive.
Yeah, I was going to go rook c1 in this position. And then, for example, if you go rook a8, I was going to go rook c4.
Right, and just go for the checkmate.
And just go over here.
But the engine doesn't like it, mate. No, it's gone up. So let's see what I'm in the game anyway. Adam.
It's very interesting to play this f5 to try and isolate this rook over here.
We'll see this from a lot of these guys, that they're very bold and aggressive. Harry, I think, is quite an aggressive
of course,
player.
You're not really isolating the rook in the sense he can always play rook h4, which looks like a decent move. Unless I'm going to now just try and... I can't. I'd like to play e5 and try and start running with my pawns, but e5 runs into check on d5. And the e-pawn goes to something, I don't know, knight takes or queen takes.
Oh, so you like rook h4 here, right?
Yeah.
Well, what happens if I...
What is the problem, knight e4?
Then you can take on d3, because...
you can take on d3, yeah, okay.
What about after rook h4? What happens if I go queen d6? Is that a terrible move? Probably is. Oh, you got rook d4 maybe. Yeah, it feels...
c4 looks like a good move, yeah.
It feels like...
Queen h5 first and then rook d4.
Yeah, what happens after g5, by the way? Rook h4, g5.
Wow, g5, okay.
With the idea of trying to swing the queen to g7. If you go rook h6, I go queen g7 and fork both your rooks.
And if I come across this way...
Yeah, I would start panicking here as black, because I'll even start to worry about what happens if you just take on c5 and then go and start pushing the pawns. Heb Adams drawn by Perpetual. Wow.
What?
Wow, he didn't... I said it, I wasn't convinced he'd find queen d5. It's kind of engine-y stuff. So he's actually just allowed the draw, which is really, wow. That's really a bit of a let-off for Mark. After, a little bit of a mini collapse in this game, I would say, that Mark did. But, say, like, he hangs in there well.
So, he did enough there with queen h7. Bishop b7. Oh, hang on. Did we get it all completely wrong? In regards to
well, no, he could have gone d2 here. What you said before.
Oh, sorry, of course.
Queen d7, queen d5 was the killer. The killer, but he didn't find this idea of queen d5,
and
which
now
is
it
not
looks
easy.
like white is potentially out of the woods.
Well, it's a very simple draw that he's. I think it's partly that Adams is already thinking in terms of tournament strategy. That he thinks that a draw with Mark with black is a good result, right? Because then he's going to get like a double white. Then he's going to get white.
Well, maybe, but
not from this position.
Yeah, right, exactly. I mean,
yeah.
Considering the position he's reached, he's already said, he's very much like practical. Like, got this position, he must have felt he was very close to winning. I would have thought.
Well, Kevin Winter's saying Daniel Fernandez back. That's absolutely right. If Fernandez wins, which it looks like he's winning, completely winning, he's going to be tied for the lead. He's going to tie the lead in extra time. And then, well, also Mark is still in the running because he's only half a point behind. Yeah, with a great finish.
Yeah.
He could be British champion, or at least hopefully getting a playoff. Let's hope. Let's pray for Mark. We pray for Mark to get in the playoff. I think he deserves to be. I think this is the gods. The gods have decided that Mark is going to remain in the British Championship. They decided, look, he won't find his Queen D5 stuff. Team Hebden is out in force. Nizahi. Yeah. I think that's what we want to see Mark remain in it. It would be very disappointing if he lost today. That would have been the end of his chances. But he's still got a squeak now. But obviously he's going to have to finish strong. It's probably actually the next obvious pairing is Daniel Howard Fernandez versus Hebden, right? Like, especially as those right colours. So
yeah, I suppose if Pert wins, then he'll have something to say about that.
Well, Pert might have to play Adams. Somebody has to play Adams.
And Claridge Hansen.
And Claridge Hansen's sneaking around. I can't remember quite
what the standings were.
Harry Greaves. Harry Greaves already played Adams, so he can't play Adams.
So how many of them are on 4? So Fernandez, Hebden, Wadsworth and Willow were the only ones on 4.
So you're going to have 2 joint leaders. Let's assume Fernandez wins. You're going to have joint leaders.
Yeah.
Though Fernandez, so they pair Adams first because he's the top seed.
Yeah.
So he's likely to play someone like. The thing is, he's starting to run out of opponents. Once he's played Nick Purr, that's part of his philosophy as well. Once he's played Nick, who's he got left?
Well, Nick Purr, I don't know about the pairing system, but Nick Purr's had an upfloat today already to play Willow.
So he can't play him, right? So he might end up playing somebody like
Claridge Hansen.
But that's if Claridge Hansen gets the result, or Yi Chen Han, or Toma.
Yeah.
He could play Toma if Toma wins. Or Stephen, no, he's already played Stephen Jones. You can't play Stephen Jones round 1, right?
He did.
But yeah, I feel like it's a big edge for Adams because he's starting to run out of opponents. He's played all the big guys. Same with Fernandez though. Fernandez has played a lot of the better players as well.
So this one, actually, he took on B2, interestingly.
Right.
And then, but also looks very, very strong.
Very powerful attack.
Check.
And Rook C8. Wow.
And then after King B1,
he's calculated this amazingly well.
He's going to play Queen E4, you imagine.
Right.
Rook there is forced.
Maybe Bishop D4. Yeah.
Bishop D4. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. And now Queen.
Then Queen E1. This is the game of the round.
Queen here, Mace in the corner.
This is the game of the round.
Or if I try some other move with my queen, I imagine I'm going to get done in down the.
Probably Rook B8 is good
down those files, but like you might even just.
Bishop E5, threatening Queen B4, right?
Threatening that one.
Yeah, it's just termination because you look how underdeveloped you are. You rook up, but your rook is not playing on H1. Very good game by Black. Again, he's playing like an engine when it gets tactical. We're seeing Fernandez effectively. He's playing all the top moves. He's a very good tactician. Wadsworth is not able to live with him in this game, and this is just a crushing attack. So, whose move is it?
He's played King B1.
So we're expecting Queen E4, are we?
I think we are, yeah.
And
I imagine Matthew might just give.
I thought you were going to say, imagine Matthew might just give up.
I think he might give his bishop up first, because it's considered.
Take it.
Yeah, take it, and then obviously I still have to play this Gotti Rook C2 move.
But I can always throw in like a Luft move, like a lazy Luft move. Yeah.
It's not changing anything, is it? Like Bishop D4 is just.
I think Bishop D4 is very nice.
Super annoying, but yes. We'll probably see this then, will we? And then Bishop D4.
It's a beautiful variation.
And then if Queen here, I mean that looks like the only move.
I think Bishop E5 is good.
Bishop E5.
You're really in a horrible pin. And this is a great game by Fernandez, but it's kind of helped. He's kind of helped a little bit by Matthew's slightly weird play at the opening, I would say. But still, you've still got, it's easy to say, but you've still got to exploit it.
He's done,
and he's done a very good job of exploiting the slightly subpar play. Somebody said Adams must be disappointed he's allowed a perpetual. Possibly, but I feel like he's a very kind of balanced character, and I don't think he will be that affected. But really, all he really cares about is putting himself in a position to win the tournament. And a draw with Hebden, in terms of the overall standings, is not a bad result. Yeah. Yes, he's much higher rated, so he might have been expected to win that game, but I think that's probably why he allowed a draw at the end. He just thought, do I want to take a risk and maybe lose the game, or do I just want to let's just bow out here, take the draw. I'm going to get white in the next round. That's the game I'm going to be targeting as a win.
Got two whites most likely from the last 3 rounds. So.
He's probably going to get 2 whites, which I think, with Adams playing against 2400 players, he's probably, but actually my 7 out of 9 start to come back into it now.
Yeah, you weren't so sure about that, were you?
Now I've got a chance in my 7. I need somebody else to hold Adams to keep it alive, right?
Not going to win.
Also, I've got to worry about Fernandez now. Fernandez might get 2.5 or 3 out of 3. It's slightly worrying. I'm going to have to hope somebody. I need Nick to play.
Well, let's see how Nick's doing, because we haven't. No, actually, what we'll do, we'll go on a break. We'll go on a
break,
break
yeah,
for
and then come
a
back
few
for
minutes,
one more game.
and then we will carry on. So see you guys on the other side of a break, okay? Okay, so we're back, and Daniel Fernandez did win against Matthew Wadsworth on board 2, so we now have joint leaders, but they've already played, of course, so they have to find other opponents, and one of them looks likely to be Nick Pert, because looks like he's winning against Jonah Willow now. Sorry, I need to just update the names. So see where we were at there, because this one looked like it was just a really unpleasant endgame for black.
Yeah.
Around this stage.
It's suffering. I mean, it's just suffering. After that move, Rook C1, it's just like a position you never want to find yourself in, especially if you're an active player, which I think Jonah is. You know, you're suffering against Nick, who's a very good technical player, actually. Very good endgame player. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have nursed this to victory, but somehow Nick is able to find a way. B4 was a very good move, just gaining space.
But I think that what black did probably here helped white.
Just accelerated.
Sacrifices a pawn.
That's what I mean. It's so hard to just sit there suffering.
Yeah.
You feel like you want to lash out, but sometimes the active way is not the correct way, right?
So we've had an exchange of those rooks. So this rook e8 also doesn't look like it's really helped, because after takes rook c5.
Yeah.
Although the pawns are doubled and they're obviously not going anywhere, and black's gone king d7, will probably go king d6 likely. These weak pawns over this side.
Apparently they're more relevant than the fact that the black king is getting active.
Probably. Yeah.
Still not totally done, because you've still got this c pawn. Somebody said, GM Nick Pert showing how you beat strong juniors. Well, I think it's a bit insulting to say Jonah Willow's a junior. It's more like he's a man, right? He's a geezer.
Strong player.
He's just a good player. I think, you know, talk like he's some little upstart or something. He's actually a genuinely good player. Also, I don't think that's quite true, because I think it was more seemed to be Jonah was in his prep, but I just think it might have been slightly bad prep, because it didn't seem like he really, you know, really had an idea of how to like kill the game. Once we got into that, you know, double rook and pawn endgame, then maybe the engine would find a way, but it looked difficult for black, and it turned out to be difficult, because now he's in trouble.
I think rook h5 is most likely in this position. I mean, it's going to probably happen at some stage, and if I do it now...
Can I go king e6 then? Or I'll try king e6. Well, but then you've got g4, haven't you, which is depressing.
King e6.
Yeah.
What's your idea if I just
Well, I want to just go like f5. Oh no, you take with check. Maybe I could...
You see, I'm blundering all my advantage here by the looks of things.
Maybe I can go
Completely
f5.
clear why I'm blundering my advantage, but blunder my advantage I do.
Maybe I can go f5, and when you take it, go king d5 and start to like run the pawn.
Right.
Or king e5 might have been better.
King e5, yeah.
But I'm not sure. Yeah, it still looks depressing for black.
Yeah, maybe f6 actually.
f6 is a clever move.
Might be
And then we're ready for c5 and start. But then rook h8. But I guess you take on a5. This is the point. Yeah, there's some chances to survive this. If you removed all the pawns, but you left the doubled f pawns and the h pawn and the g2 pawn and the f2 pawn, you removed all the pawns on the queen side. So white would be a pawn up on the king side. That might be winning, but it's not easy, right?
Maybe also just go g4 here.
g4 is a good move, yeah.
And then if you go king d6, I might put my rook on f5, and then you can't get your c5 plan in.
What we're going to have, if Nick
so
wins...
white can just now gradually, sorry to interrupt,
yeah.
but white can now probably just gradually improve with his king.
Yeah.
Seems like a reasonable idea.
I think what we're going to have, Adam, is if Nick does win this game, which is still far from certain. I mean, the engine says it's completely winning, but, you know, it's easy when you've got an engine running. For a human player, still a lot of work left. You're going to get some big clashes in the next round, which are going to be very interesting, because you're going to get Nick Pert will be black against Mark Adams. But that is a game where you could see Nick holding him. You know, Nick is the sort of guy you can rely on. It's difficult when he's black. I have seen him hold Adams before with black. And then you're going to get... obviously, he could do even better than that. We don't know. And then you're going to get a big clash on board too with Fernandez versus Hebden. Fernandez white against Hebden. So that's also going to be an interesting clash because that could go either way. So it's a big opportunity for Mark to potentially finally become British champion. It was like a big, huge result today for Mark, wasn't it? Getting that draw, right?
It really was, yeah.
If he lost that game, that's it. It's gone. He's 1.5 points behind. Adams, basically, any chance is gone. But with a draw, I think he's still well in it because, you know, a good finish. Yes, he's still got to play Fernandez, but if he gets a result against Daniel, you know, Daniel's a kind of up and down player, right? So he can give you chances. So if he can beat Fernandez, he's, you know, there's still this hope that finally, after, you know, years of trying, we're finally going to get Mark Hebden over the Cat Red has just rained on my parade and said Adams is going to win it. And he's probably true as well. I was just trying to look at a different perspective.
Sure. Okay, he's played G4, which is not that surprising. I think, as I said, I think this plan is just looks like it should be very effective. Somehow, I guess Black must try something with the rook rather than just sit there passively. But
very depressing position for
Black. It's an extremely depressing position to be in.
Because the problem is King D6, you go Rook F5, King D6, and then you can improve your King. Then
exactly.
Your
There's nothing. There's no threat. There's no way.
There's no threat. So
going.
You eventually bring the King to C4, and you're ready to break through on the Queen side.
Right, yeah, could do it like that as well.
Yeah, or maybe B4, and eventually you're going to break through. If Black can create, I don't see how you can create counterplay without losing important
Well, could
balls.
I at least try, I don't know, like Rook A8?
Another method is maybe trying to bring the King to H5.
Yeah.
But I think King F3 I would probably try.
And if I go, let's say, Rook, is that just going to be suicidal to allow you to play A6 and Rook A5?
I think if A6 happens, it's over. You probably have to wait, right? But it's so depressing.
How do I wait? I mean, I've just got to do this. Or...
It's so depressing. I just think, mistake by Jonah. I think if you're going to go into this slightly depressing looking endgame, I think what you were suggesting earlier was probably a better try, was to take with a pawn. If you're going to go into this slightly depressing endgame, you've got to have absolutely certain how you're going to defend it, because otherwise you're just suffering. And Jonah in this game is it's not been a happy game, right? It's not been a happy bunny, happy camper. But you know, he's playing against Nick. Nick's a very good player. We said this before. He's a very good technical player, very good endgame player. And it seems like what I was predicting has happened, that he's warmed up. You know, he was rusty early on. The last couple of rounds have been much better from Nick. We're starting to see the best of Nick now. He's a very good endgame player. But I think he will continue his aggressive policy against Adams.
Okay, so we'll have a look at Clarice Hansen and Harry Grieve. I kind of thought maybe he might play Rook H4 in this position, but instead he just played A5.
Yeah, good move.
Take, Rook takes, Queen D6, Rook A7, activating the Rook, okay. And also threat 97, check of course. Rook C7, take, Rook H4 now, Queen B7, Rook B4, Rook C8, and H4. And this knight on C6, as you mentioned before, is super annoying. Super annoying.
Yeah.
Preventing you from doing anything on the D file, really, and will be acting as a
The problem is,
threatening piece.
Yeah, you'd like to go knight e4 to create counterplay, but the problem with knight e4 is always dropping that pawn, right?
Yeah.
And then white would reassess the position.
Unless he play rook takes c6 here.
Ah, blundered again. My 8 millionth blunder of the tournament. But yeah, so knight e4 then, well, that's a serious move, right?
So you're threatening now. Rook takes c6. And how do I stop you from doing that? Oh, maybe you're not. Maybe you're not. Maybe I do. No, maybe what? Maybe this is just. I just take it.
He has gone 94, by the way.
Can I? So what's this like? Take
Okay,
and
94
C7.
queen. You mean you want queen? No, rook c6 is good. Yeah,
Why?
because you take you take on b4.
Yeah.
What are you playing?
C7.
Well, then I can go maybe knight
Knight
d6.
D6.
Yeah, it's not winning.
It's not winning.
But you know what you'd play after, instead of you taking on d3. By the way, this position's already winning, completely winning for white. Instead of taking on
Stop,
d3.
let me have a think.
Yeah, there's a much better move for white here. I won't tell you. Sorry, I'll let the audience guess maybe.
Knight E5.
No, it's not 95. But 95 might be good, but it's not 95. There's just...
Maybe knight D4.
It's not knight d4. We'll go around all the candidate moves. We'll eventually get there. There's a killer move here. It's saying like +4.
+4.
Serious crush here.
Well, if your only first rook takes C6, what about rook D4?
Rook d4 is the killer move, yeah, well found. Because the point is that you haven't got queen
You're not threatening
b5
anything.
because the knight e7. And now I'm threatening queen d3,
Yeah.
probably.
Probably, or rook takes D3.
You think you'll find rook d4 though? He's got 9 minutes. I don't think
I'm
you'll find rook
sure-
d4.
It's not the only move though.
It's not the only, probably not the only winning moves, true. Yeah, somehow Harry's been out. You know, I did predict that this might be an upset earlier.
He did, yeah.
You know, I said like I just felt like the way Clary Chancellor's played last few rounds is
White's
actually looking quite good.
played a good game, hasn't he? He's kept control of the position quite nicely.
But can he seal the deal? This is the
Can he
key
seal
point. We
the
said
deal?
before, you know, like even Adams, the great Adams today, messed up technically one game.
There's not lots of candidate moves though, which is helpful in the respect that rook takes c6 has to be stopped, and therefore
Yeah.
moving the rook off the b file is logical.
I don't think he'll find rook d4. It's too
Rook a4
sociopathic.
you can't play because a queen takes b5 and I hit your
I think
rook.
you'll bow out. I think you'll go queen d3. I'll see the draw and
Do you think so?
No, I don't know. I think he's odds on to win this, but I don't think it's certain. I'd say he's like 1.6 to win. Like, you know, he's probably 2 to 1 on, but it's not. So if he finds rook d4, he'll definitely win the game. But if he doesn't find rook d4, although I think we were criticising Hebden earlier for his e5 move. I actually think e5 was the reason he drew that game, because that basically made the game very tactical. If he'd have carried on like in a slightly dull position, I think he would have got ground out in the end, but it made the game very tactical, put Adams under pressure. So it's weird how sometimes mistakes can help you in chess, because they, you know, they characterise the position, change the character of the game.
Oh wow.
Yeah, you
He's taken on
see what I'm
e4.
saying? That's just terrible. Like rookie forwards, shocker. Harry is such a lucky player.
And he's going to take back on
I'm
e4.
only kidding, Harry.
And then queen d7 has happened.
It's just, I mean, what are you taking on e4 for? It's just such a bad move. Yeah, it's like.
I mean, it puts another result in the mix, doesn't it, as well? Doesn't it give black some chances to win?
Of course. I mean, this is game on now. Any result is possible now. But that's what I say. Like rook d4 is easy when you've got an engine, but you know, it's like a bit of. I think I would have found rook d4 because it's like, you know, black
Because of
doesn't
the
really
lack
have
of
that
candidate
much,
moves.
right? I mean, you know, you could. So its h4 move earlier was really good because it controlled g5 for the knight. So actually, you didn't really have to calculate that much. All you have to calculate at rook d4, knight d2, you've got queen d3, and queen b5, you've got knight e7. But now, it's as you said, like this could go either way, right? The only advantage that white has is I'm not sure. You're not threatening queen d5 immediately because knight e7 is so hanging. So black has to find a way to. Yeah, I mean it's really bad what William's done here. I'm sorry, but I mean maybe it's inexperience, maybe it's time pressure, but work on your calculation, William, because you're a good player. But you know, if you're not finding moves like rook d4, assigning calculations not 100%.
It's not easy to see what White's actually up to. I mean,
I agree. I don't know. Well, what's the threat? There's no threat now, right?
He's going to find it difficult to pick up any of those pawns with his knight-queen combination because Black will just offer a queen trade at a right.
Yeah, he'll improve. He'll probably play h6. But how do you improve as Black? Do you go like h6?
Right, so let's say you play h5 or something.
Yeah, h5 is a good move. Yeah.
You go h6.
Pass pawn, I totally agree with you. Why would you sack the exchange when you control the position? Bizarre decision by White.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he's just trying to play for a draw. I think he just thinks there's no way that you could lose with a knight at c6. So you just get rid of the danger. But, you know, it's knight and e4. So basically all Harry had to do was create one threat, and that was enough. So he had one good piece, the knight and e4, and that was enough for White to say, look, material in chess is very important. You know, material in chess, you're giving away like a rook for a knight, right? I would have stopped. If I was sitting there and William reached out his rook to take my knight, I said, no, stop there, William. No. Look, rook, 5. Knight, 3. Okay? Good knight, but not that good. Stop. No, don't play that move. You know, stopped him from playing that move. But I must admit, I played William last year, and he was probably outplaying me, and then he blundered horribly in that game as well. So I think there is a slight weakness in the calculation, but it's probably holdable for White. Yeah, I don't think anything more than holdable. I don't think he's going to win the game now. You know, and actually, if Harry wins, he's back in it as well. You know, he's only half a point behind. So
will White play h6? Do you think? Or is that just a silly move?
No. I mean, that makes some sense, right? Open up the king. But, yeah, I mean, the problem is now... I don't think you're going to lose as White. I think this will be a draw, but it's just disappointing that he didn't find rook d4 from his perspective. I don't think he will lose. I mean, how can Black win this game?
Queen b4 was a suggestion. Well, okay, queen b4, but then you start allowing queen d5 check and...
Yeah, but it'd be really tough to see how Black will ever win this game. But queen d5, you can go king g1, Adam. Maybe then if you take on h5, I'd just go b. No, I don't. I haven't even got b6, have I?
f3 he's played.
f3, that's good move. But yeah, it's kind of verging on the situation where Black might start to try and win now. I mean, could you go queen d5? I guess queen d5 I could even trade, right, and bring the king. Or is that stupid?
No, that's what I thought this type of thing might be, yeah, exactly what's happening, because king here...
But now rook b7, right?
Yeah, knight d4.
You take the pawn. Oh, and if you... Black brings... okay, yeah.
Okay, I can cut your king off with rook e7.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only Black that's playing for a win now. I mean, really bizarre decision by William, unfortunately. And I think it comes down to the calculation is not quite there.
Okay, what else is happening? Willow looks at that one. This game between Han and Turner has entered into an endgame.
Well, apparently Black was doing really well earlier.
Black did play that queen d3 move we saw.
You know, can we go back to move 30?
Sure.
Queen, yeah, here. Right, so queen f4.
And he took...
No, taking's bad.
So he's sacrificed an exchange for this.
Taking's bad though.
Earlier.
But it's still better for Black after you take, but then once you take on e3, you've lost all advantage. It's a bizarre decision. Like here, like if you go back to the position after queen f4, if Black just goes queen d3, Adam, I'd hate this position as White, because your king's wide open, bishop pair. You know, you really let him White off there with that terrible queen f4 move. It's a very strange decision. And then taking on e3 is also very bad, because I mean, what will happen though is he'll draw the game. So, you know, from a purely you know, tournament play standpoint, it's probably not that bad a decision.
Maybe he was worried about rook f2.
Rook f2, right? But then f5?
Or could you take on c4?
You could take on c4. Very clever tactic, right? You're absolutely right. You know, again, the calculation's not quite there, yeah? The calculation needs to be improved, but you're right, this bishop c4 is probably what he's overlooked. Can you actually, but is there a backup move there, just out of interest? After rook f2, can I just go f5? Just out of interest. Or is that just losing? I'll try f5. No, it says it's okay,
yeah, it's
right?
Okay, yeah, it's okay too.
But also after in the game, after queen f4, you take. Just go c6. Apparently, it's just really strong. So I'm cheating again, right? I'm going to turn the phone off now, so that I have to use my brain for the limited time I've got remaining.
c6 just to take that square away from the knight. Yeah, seems.
Yeah, because I think once you take, it just makes White's task really easy. So if you're thinking from White's perspective,
Yeah.
it just makes, yeah, I mean, your play is also very obvious now, right? You know, you just use the rook, and you've already lost a pawn. I mean, you know, why are you going into this where you're suddenly suffering? All these people like Claridge Hansen and Max Turner, next time they play me, they'll be so motivated to beat me. It's Gormally criticising my play. How dare he? But no, just, yeah, it's strange what they've done. I think they're kind of like, they've got lack of self-belief.
It may even just end in a repetition here, right? Like this, he won't want to allow this, and he doesn't want to allow this. So
I totally agree with you.
I mean, this one you would want to allow of the two, but still, I mean.
But I think White will try and find a way to win if you can. But what way is there?
But this bishop is so good that
it's anchored.
It's.
And there is a danger if you
it?
start faffing around too much, as you say. There's a danger that I might. Let's see. I think you'll try and win. What were you doing after King D6? Sorry,
D4.
After King E4, you were playing King D6.
Yeah, why not?
Threatening King C5 to.
Yeah.
I agree with you. There's no way that White should be able to win this. So I think the whole what he did was just try and make a draw. But I think it's too negative. He could have had more self-belief and actually won the game. So I think it's going to end in a draw now. And the same thing has happened with Claridge Hansen, that he's given away his advantage through negativity.
This is the game between. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Katerina Toma and Eldar Gasimov. And black is just, look at those pawns. Look at those pawns.
This is really nice play. E3. This is a really tremendous play by Toma. Gasinov has just been completely outplayed in this game. There's no other way to say it. I mean, she's played like all the best moves. It's a great game by her.
Yeah.
But I think it goes back to where he played that G4, G5 move, G4. I think it's between this and probably the Fernandez game for the game of the day for me.
Yeah. I mean, I'm already in this position. If I was to play F4 here, I'm already thinking to myself of mass liquidation, temporary sacrifice on this square, and then just going F3 and E2. And are you going to stop my pawns? I don't think you are.
It's already a lost position. Been a lost position for many moves. It's not very interesting, this position. Like, you know, there's no counterplay for White. I don't think there's that much hope, right? Well, the only hope might be if you can somehow bring the queen to the rook to H2. So you could start with Queen D3.
Okay. And then if I go
Pure desperation. But even if I get rook
F3,
the problem is even if I get rook H2 to H7, then what's the threat then?
I see. This is what you want. But
She's gone Queen E4, by the way, which also is not bad. It's like a control move, right? She's one thing when you got technically one game, control is very important. Very good. It's very important to control the game. So Queen E4 is It's not a bad move because it controls the position. But now it allows rook h2, right? Or
Okay, yeah.
but probably that's
Just
the problem. Is
doesn't
no
matter.
real threat. You know, you get
Just
rook
go
h7.
F4.
So what? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, rook h7 is sad. You know, like rook h7, king f6. I mean, what is the actual threat,
Yeah,
right? Mate?
suddenly you're the one who's. I mean, you've got to.
Yeah. It's just result. I mean, the bishop on d4. Look at the bishop on d4. It's worth at least a rook, right? So.
Yeah, it is in this particular.
So this is resignable. I would expect Homer to win the game. Very good game by her. What about the Richard Bates game? Yeah, he's in a bit of trouble.
Where did we last see this one? Well, we haven't seen this one for quite some time.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem you're suffering is white. I mean, it's already looking like borderline lost. Those bishop pair are so effective. But we said already in the tournament, didn't we, Adam, that Richard's a very good defender, right?
Yeah.
If there's one thing he's good at, is defending, probably because he's used to defending. He's used to getting bad positions.
Bishop h5 is so weird.
Yeah, I agree with you. Go. What was it? What was that move?
Yes. Why do that? I don't understand. Bishop e6.
I kind of agree with you. I think the what he was
There's a
thinking.
problem with bishop e6 to f5 is very
Yeah, f5 is the issue. I think he thinks, you know, that bishop's anchored at least on h5. It's not ideally placed, but even though the bishop's bad there, which
There's not quite. Yeah, there's not quite enough options for the bishop.
yeah, but also I think, Adam, that even though the bishop's not great there, it doesn't really matter because it's still in the game, right? It's not blocked by anything. It can re-enter the game eventually. So what Black has done is probably perfectly reasonable, but I think the question is, can he win the game? And the answer to that is probably negative.
Yeah.
Because how do you now make progress? You're right. If you had the bishop on... Yeah, you could go bishop f5 maybe and then think about trying to queen the c pawn. But now you can't... I must admit, if black could play bishop f5 here, you'd still have... Potentially rook b3 might be a move with the idea bishop takes d3, rook takes c3. Although then black could go bishop d2. But I mean, I'm speculating here, but here, how does black make progress? This is the problem. Like you say, with the bishop on h5, it's very... I would have tried to keep the rooks on there as black. So that...
I mean, yeah, I can try and get into an opposite colour bishop endgame and pawn up by playing bishop e2. But it's not going to be enough.
That's a draw, yeah. Isn't it? Yeah, that's a draw. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I did consider that move as well, but it feels like it's probably going to be a draw this game. Richard's not played a good game, but he's probably going to hold.
David Eggleston is still playing, so despite that blunder earlier in the game, he's still playing.
He's lost though, isn't he? I mean, really the game should have been over like 30 moves ago. You know, if White had any technique.
But this is just lost though, isn't it?
But it's still
just
winning.
hopelessly
It's still
lost.
winning. Yeah, really bad game from David's perspective. I think he'll be really depressed about it. I wouldn't be surprised to see him withdraw. I don't know if he's getting any conditions to play. But if he's not getting conditions, we could see an early withdrawal from Eggleston. I'm going to predict after this game he'll withdraw from the tournament.
Okay, Pool 10 is Adam Ashton and Taran Kanyamurala.
By the way, I do say to David, don't withdraw, because I feel like it's always a mistake to withdraw from tournaments. Because would you agree with that, Adam? That shouldn't really withdraw.
No, it's not. I don't like don't like the withdrawing.
I don't like the idea of withdrawing. I think it's almost like you're saying you can handle the good times, but when it goes bad, when chess tournaments go tough, you're kind of running away a little bit.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's a big mistake to withdraw, because I've done this myself. I made this mistake. But it might be a sign that David's not really, his mind's not really on the job as well, really. That if you're withdrawing from tournaments. Well, we'll see what happens. Hopefully he'll hang around. Whose move is in this game?
He's in check, so it's black's move.
Better for black, right?
Bit better for black.
I know,
Enough
they've
to
already
win?
agreed to draw, right?
Oh, they've agreed to draw, okay.
Yeah.
Right, fair enough.
Is there any games lower down that are of any interest?
Balaji and Yao.
Wow. Yeah, he's winning, right?
Oh, is that one? Ball 12. Balaji playing white, pawn up. Well, we've already seen in this tournament how Lan Yao has defended a completely much more hopeless position than this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, she's got a chance still.
So
I mean, we know she's tough. You want to avoid it, really, because, I mean, for 22-40 players, she's very tough. So it's not a good pairing to get, I would say. You know, I dread playing her. Nice girl as well. You know, I've chatted to her vaguely in the past, but she's a very nice person.
Here, what are we going to do? Are you just going to play rook c5 and swap them off?
Yeah.
Seems okay. Oh, no, maybe not. Okay, something wrong with it.
Can you take and then go queen a1 check?
King h2
And then queen e5.
and queen e5. I think that's a good really good suggestion. Check. And there. Ah, but now queen e5. Can I go queen e4?
Ah, right. It wasn't a very good suggestion then. Maybe after rook c5, you just play something weird like rook e8. And then you start getting active. You're starting to threaten like rook e2 and stuff like that. Maybe you can keep the rooks on, right? Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, it's actually not that easy for white. I mean, knight f4 against he's been very tricky. He's just a very tough cookie to beat. And okay, maybe the engine's saying white's winning. But I think I'm going to have to turn the phone back on to find out what's going on there. Because we're yeah, but I think knight f4 is a good try. So it's saying that white's doing well here, right?
Yeah.
What about rook e5? How bad is that?
I mean, you could also play rook d6, can't you? Because the knight's
Rook
guarded.
d6 is quite a good move.
Rook d6.
Then queen g5.
h4.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah, I think you're
Looks
right. I
decent,
think it's
doesn't
that
it?
move.
I mean, queen's just a bit short squares.
Yeah, very unpleasant for black. Maybe after rook d6 you have to try. You could try knight e6 actually as a desperate try, because if d5 there is a queen a1 check. It's not much fun, but I think but the problem with knight e6 is maybe I'm starting to just push through like b pawn as well. Yeah, I mean it's just like depression. But I mean rook d6, how likely is he to find rook d6? Yeah.
It's not so hard to see, is it? I mean,
I don't think he'll find it. I'm starting. No, wow, he's found it. As soon as I say that, he plays it. My timing is immaculate. By the way, Nick Pert is +8. Incredible endgame technique.
how's Julia Volovich doing? Is she going to make her?
Harry Grieve is still in trouble, by the way, even after the
draw,
very bad exchange sack.
Really?
He's still in trouble.
This one she's not going to hold, unfortunately, against Dong.
Yi Chen is better, by the way. That game's still going, but I wouldn't be surprised if he won that one.
So Pert Willow
Pert's definitely going to win, yeah.
is going to be winning. It's going to be a win for Nick, we think.
Richard Bates is worse, by the way, but possibly holding. Yeah, it feels like he's going to draw that. So we
How's
got.
Black managed to move that c pawn up the board?
Doesn't seem to help the chances though. Such a depressing position.
I see? Yeah, okay, I see that here, A6, what, you're going to go C5 anyway. Probably. Well, that looks hopeless. Let's go. Very surprised he didn't just go there. And then it shows how much, what I know, but this just looks winning.
It's such a, I mean, it's just been depressing. But also, I'm impressed with Nick's technique because he's not really given Jonah any kind of hope, right?
No, it's just nothing to be done here.
You know, you read about other sports, and I'm probably going to mention golf in a minute, but I was reading about Alcaraz. And they were saying how he sort of takes sort of like movement from players and like people like Murray and speed and all this kind of. You take little bits and pieces from players, right? And I feel like in the British Chess Championship, if you were modelling your game on certain players, you take Nick's endgames, wouldn't you? You take Adam's calculation and technical ability. You'd probably take Dan Fernandez's creativity. You'd take maybe someone like Wadsworth or Willow's prep.
What about Hebden? Would you take something from Hebden's game?
Nah. Nah, you'd probably take Hebden's hustling skills. No, I think you would. Yeah, I think you'd take his analytical skills, and I think you'd take his technical skills. His end games are also very good. You know what I mean? Certainly with Nick, I would take his, you know, if I had his endgame technique, I think I'd be a much stronger player. But I don't think I would have played the endgame quite as resolutely as he's managed to do in this game. Harry Greve is really struggling still, even despite.
Well, he must have gone wrong then, because he's all
yeah,
right here.
Yeah, I mean, this game is so obscure that I will tell you, I'll need to, you know, just for a change.
Now apparently the last move made is a mistake.
Yeah, F4 is thrown away to win.
This looks good for white now that the king's open. Then F4 is apparently.
But basically, King is very obscure. But apparently, King H8 was better than King G7, even though King G7 looks very natural. But after King G7, you can play B6. And then black is in a bit of trouble because Rook F7, you go F4. And there's Queen F6 and now F5. But instead he's gone F4 quite straight away, which is a really bad move. I mean, why are you giving up the pawn like for nothing?
Oh, just Queen takes B5.
Yeah, it's really strange actually. But I think he wants to go Knight D4, but apparently that is now a draw.
Because of what, Queen B7 check.
Queen B7, King H2, Rook F7. Very concrete stuff.
Just to cover up the king and sack the exchange back, presumably.
Yeah, but King 8, I mean, the thing is, even if you've gone King, actually this whole position is better for white, even after so the exchange sack, even though I was criticising that earlier, was not a terrible technical choice, but it's really this move is the really bad move by William, is this move F4. That actually, if he'd gone B6 here, what do you play as black, right? Instead of, I think he's worried about the Queen D2 check, right?
Okay, so here takes King H3, I guess.
Yeah, and then if you go Rook B7, suddenly there's like Knight and Queen are such a great combo.
Like Knight D8 or something.
Yeah, or Knight. It's going to be some kind of mating attack. Maybe Knight. Yeah, Knight D8 is a really good try.
Obviously not.
Maybe Queen E5 check, Adam.
Queen E5 check. Okay. And just start checking around a little bit. Check, and then what, you're going to check on D5 maybe. Okay, obviously can't go there. Got to be a bit careful where my king goes, haven't I? There.
Can I play a brilliant move, Queen C7?
Wow. It's a brilliant move, Danny.
I've still got it, mate. I've
Still got it.
Yeah, it feels like black snookered. Maybe he saw all this, but he missed his Queen C7. But now after Queen B5, I mean, you've really lost the pride and joy of your position, which was that B pawn. The whole idea of sacking the exchange, which actually wasn't as bad as I was saying earlier, because white is still practically in very good shape, right? Because the queen and knight with the B pawn, very strong combo. But now he's given that B pawn up. The F pawn is, the problem is the F pawn is much easier for black to deal with the F pawn because it's much closer to the black king, I would say, or the black position. Queen B7 still slightly tricky for Harry, but he'll probably get a result now. Do you think he might win anyway because of very poor play by white? Seems to be getting nervous and collapsing.
No, but I mean, look, you presumably see that you've got to give the exchange back now. I would think. I mean, your king is just so open to checks otherwise, and therefore you play rook f7 fairly quickly, and worst comes to the worst here, there's probably just knight f5 is just a draw, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it's a draw. It's a draw. I mean, I think that's what we see that many times where the underdog looks like they're going to create an upset, but then they decide that they're going to back out, or they take a draw offer from their opponent. And like sometimes very clever,
this one's still going.
Very clever draw offers we've seen already in this tournament is various people. Sometimes they manage to bail out by just offering a draw from bad positions. But yeah, as I said, I think Yi Chen would try and win this somehow. He'll try to find any way to try and win this.
Well, it's actually white.
Black
who's diverted away from this, what looks like fairly clear cut, if he wanted it, repetition with king d6, king e6.
Yeah.
He's gone king f6.
It feels like a positional draw though anyway. Like, I mean, how are you ever going to win this
I guess he wanted to go king g7, king h6, king h5, is he? I don't know.
But I think the position we got on the board, the king's gone to g7. So white is not really allowing the king in anyway. Yeah, bishop c4, it feels like some kind of positional draw, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, Max has played this well. Here. I think he's played the game well. They both played the game quite well, but Max was probably the one who had the chances earlier, but he seems like he's not quite going to seal the deal. I feel like a draw's like the favourite.
Draws in the offing.
A draw is in the offing in a few of these games, I feel. Like the Harry game seems to peter out. Seems to be petering out.
Gasanov is still playing.
He's still going, yeah.
He's still grovelling.
What about Richard? Is that going to end in a draw? Or?
I mean, rook g1. Why not just f4 now?
Maybe after f4 she's worried about rook to g2 and then take on g6, but that's, even if you allowed that, you'd probably still be winning, but I guess maybe you would think, why do I even want to calculate all those checks? But I still think it's completely winning, as you say, like...
can I be really, nasty and just...
Yes.
Is this really, I don't know, is this really nasty? Just go after it.
Still winning, yeah. It shows how bad the white position is. Even this is winning.
Advantage and still.
I mean, you really have to really do something really bad here not to win the game as black.
Yeah.
Effectively, she broke the back of this game earlier. Excellent play, I would say. I mean, what would you say is your game of the day?
Probably the Toma game.
I would say that.
Just because in the
I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say. That you felt
made a little bit easy.
It was made easy, wasn't it? It was a brilliant play by Fernandez, but strange play by Matthew. Whereas I think the Toma game,
there was also a little bit of strange sort of over-aggression with the g4, g5. But
I would say they're about equal, really. I'm kind of not really loving this game of the day. The problem is if you do a game of the day, people then get offended, or like if you don't award it to them if they felt like they played the game of the day. I remember when
and we can't look at all the games. You know, there might be a brilliant game down on board, whatever 22, and we haven't seen it.
I used to get annoyed by the best game prize in the best game prize in the British, right? Because I remember when 2015 was in Coventry, and I played a couple of really good games. It was a draw with David Howe, was actually winning, but also a really nice game against Chris Ward. Was ignored completely. And I'd never won it before, and I thought, well, you know, fine. We gave it to Glenn Fleer with this win against Mark Hebden. I didn't think it was a great game. I felt that at the time.
And you were eternally offended.
I was a little bit offended. Hawkins also was a little bit badly. Well, also, yeah, I beat Hawkins in that tournament as well, who ended up winning the tournament, and that was a good game as well. And, you know, it was like 3 really good candidates. Yeah, Hawkins a little bit offended a few times because he said that it would get awarded against him for games where he'd lost. And there was one situation.
It was that Nigel Short game against him, wasn't that? At the British one.
Possibly, yeah. It was also John M's game, maybe, and also a Glenn Fleer game. There were so many, but there was also. I remember there was a British. Do you remember the British in Edinburgh? Right, that was around about 2002, maybe.
2003, I think.
It was early 2000s, and I remember we played actually in a tournament in Manchester directly after that. It was somewhere.
Me and you?
Blackpool,
that was, yeah.
And I was really cautious after the game, and we went after the game, and I was very, very, you know, friendly towards you.
Yeah.
Really gentlemanly after. Something to do with a flying chessboard, right?
He threw the chessboard at me, almost.
Yeah, I just flipped the chessboard up. It was like in the middle of a heat wave. But before then, we'd played the Edinburgh, which is a beautiful city, right? Anyone who hasn't been to Edinburgh, go and visit Edinburgh, beautiful. And I played Haslingden in the last round. Funny enough, I played him in the first round of Blackpool, so he got his revenge immediately. But I played him in the last round. And I played a nice game, really nice game. And I was certain, I nominated that for the best game prize. I was certain that it was going to be awarded the best game prize. And I remember running to the prize giving, which is in the morning. I was like running. I ended up losing my train ticket to Blackpool because I was so certain that I would win the best game prize. Ended up losing it, so I had to buy another £90 train ticket, right? So not only did I not win the best game prize, so when it was awarded, it was like silence, and it was given to somebody else, some other game that shouldn't have won it. My game did not get the best game prize.
And then you had to fork out the money that you would have won for
exactly.
the best game prize on another train ticket.
God, it was like the worst nightmare ever. Yeah. So yeah, I feel like with all this best game prize.
And then you lost to Haslingden in the first round.
What you could do is you could just run them through. Exactly, I lost that. Oh. You could just run them through like a computer and say, what does the computer say? What's the most accurate game? You know.
Did you win that Blackpool tournament though in the end?
No, I don't think I did I?
I think you might have done.
Did I? No. Oh, maybe I did. Well, I was quite good in those days, so it's possible. Like these days, I don't know.
You recovered from your tilt against me.
Did I? Did I actually win the tournament?
I don't know.
Is there any way of finding out?
We could have a look tonight, maybe.
We'll have a look. Yeah, tell me how you got on. Tell me how we got on.
Okay, so he's played rook c5, not rook f7. I don't think it greatly changes anything. Like knight f5 check. I mean, the only additional option, I suppose, is that you're now genuinely threatening to do something nasty with your rook. So, I mean, I could now play f5, I suppose, if I wanted to play for a win.
Yeah, but if knight f5 is an immediate draw, is it? Oh yeah,
knight f5 must be an immediate draw, I would have thought.
But isn't white better because he's an? Oh no, he's not even a pawn up. No, I see what you're saying. Right? Yeah, I think I agree with you. F5, queen f7.
He's playing for a loss.
It's just nothing, right?
Yeah, I reckon.
Yeah, I think you're right. So I think we'll see knight f5.
Well now. No, I haven't really actually, because of king g2. So I suppose he could think about still playing for a win.
I don't think he played all this to try and win the game. I think he just tried to make a draw, which, to be fair, is an understandable situation.
Play queen e8 would be quite interesting. stops the check. I'm thinking about knight e6.
Right.
That's probably a better move. To
So can I go? No, yeah, right. I get you. What about rook c2 or rook c1? Can I make a knight jump?
Ooh, I don't like the look of that. Rook c2, I was going to check you on f5, aren't I? And then check you on e5, and you're going to get forked somehow. Would have thought.
Can I go to g6? Oh no, yeah, that's what you're saying. Yeah, this is like really bad news.
Bang.
So where was my rook? So queen e8. Right, yeah, still
Queen
tricky.
e8's
You're
not bad,
right.
not a bad move. Queen e8.
You're right. It's still tricky. You got to find a good move. You think he'll try queen e8?
Don't know.
I don't think he will. I think he'll play knight f5. I mean, I must admit, I don't really see what black's supposed to play after queen e8. So you know what's coming. Now, I won't check the engine this time. Oh, he has? Wow,
Queen
wow.
e8, yeah.
But the engine hates it. No, it's changed its mind. Thinks it's a draw, of course.
So can I just? How am I going to sort myself out here? I guess I'm probably going to allow knight e6, as I can't really stop it for starters.
Yeah.
And then just say, look, all right. So you've got your knight to e6. Play something like rook. We're really careful I don't blunder something here, but like say rook there.
Yeah, it's tricky to play for black, right? I
Knight
mean,
there,
really
king
tough.
there. It's still okay. It's still okay. I never want to allow you to sack the exchange. Although, having said, I could go knight d8. Looks really weird to be pushing all my pieces up to the 8th rank, but knight d8, like, does contain.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Rook d5 is the move, right?
Okay.
But it might actually be the only move.
Really?
And then if, let's say you go knight e6, I go king f6, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, what is white doing?
Well,
I mean,
I wanted to try knight d8,
right.
but it could be just garbage.
But what does that do, though?
I don't know.
Can I go queen d7?
Queen d7, yeah, that probably could do. Although,
I feel like I'm covering most of the squares,
you've
right?
got everything covered, yeah. Yeah, I've done a pretty good job there of putting my pieces on stupid squares. But I've still got enough to draw by, apparently. I guess I can just start checking you now, right? Then just check.
Yeah,
check,
it's very
check,
hard
check,
for
check,
black
check.
to. So it's like a free punt with knight d8 because essentially you've got to find rook d5.
Free punt with queen e8. Queen e8, yeah.
It's a free punt. You shouldn't bail out with knight f5. So he's done the right thing. He could have taken a draw. He's shown it. Nick's pert one, by the way. Well done, Nick. Really brilliant game that was. That could also be a contender for game of the day. He's just played that like an absolute engine. I mean, honestly, unbelievably impressive. Nick Pert, 98% accuracy. 7 average, 0 blunders, 0 mistakes, 0 inaccuracies. 93% accuracy by Jonah. Very bad accuracy by Jonah. Only 93%, very poor.
What about the Toma game? What was that? Can you see the accuracy before the game was finished?
No,
Oh.
you have to wait. By the way, the Fernandez game, 98% accuracy. Right, Wordsworth, very poor actually for this level. I would say 88% accuracy. So actually, bad game by Wordsworth.
Somebody suggesting rook c2. Well, rook c2 I think is still going to run into the same problems here though with rook c2. You just got knight f5 coming. Well, apparently not. Oh yeah, no, apparently so.
Actually, the Hebden Adams game wasn't great. It was only 90% accuracy from both. I mean, Adams 3 inaccuracies, 2 mistakes. Same with Hebden. So it's actually the younger guys like Nick and Fernandez who are playing the super accurate chess. But it's different when you kind of you've got a sharper game, right? When it's very straightforward game, they're very capable of playing a very high level.
Yeah.
Like Nick Pert game was like there was no tactics in their game.
No.
It was just a boring end game. He played it very well, but there wasn't much. The Turner game's already been agreed draw, by the way, so that.
I can't immediately see how I'm putting black away here in this position. Maybe I just go
Oh, was that line with
rook c2,
Queen E5, isn't it?
king g6,
Queen E6.
Queen e6 of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was looking at this one and then taking that pawn, but
Yeah, Jones has finally finished off poor old Eggy, so I'm expecting an Eggy withdrawal, but we could. we could, you know, hopefully we'll see. We won't see that because we don't never like to see people withdraw because they're upset. But yeah, I mean,
Queen C8, but that's apparently not the best. It's not as bad as Rook C2, but
no,
it's
he's blundering. You know, there's a really nice sequence here for white.
Let's see if we can find. So, oh no, what's going on? Yeah, he has played Queen C8. Okay, so natural check on E6, King F6. No more checks, bit of a shame. That's not right. Queen E7.
So what's your first move, do you
Queen
think?
E7.
You want to go Queen E7? That's not the move.
It's surprising.
It's Knight E6. You start with Knight E6.
96, really? Okay.
Right. King F6, only move.
Yes.
And it's a nice move then.
Okay. Knight D8?
Knight D8,
Knight
yeah.
D8, okay.
Very, very good.
This time putting the pieces up at the back is good, is it?
Well, actually, you're very close to checkmate there because if you went Rook, say Rook somewhere like C2, it's already Queen E5. Oh no, it's not checkmate because King G6. Right? But it's looking. No, Queen F7 would be mate. Queen F7 suddenly mate.
Queen F7
friend.
is a threat of mate. Yeah. I
So
could
you-
give my Rook.
If you go Rook
He's
H5,
played
you're
Knight
probably.
E6 check.
Sorry.
He's played Knight E6 check.
Wow.
So you'd think that if he's played Knight E6 check, he realises he's going to have to follow up with Knight D8 because there's not many other sensible moves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he will find that. Yeah, he's a good player. I mean, at the end of the day, he's 23-30, right? He's not a mug. I mean, he's not a beginner. He's not somebody who doesn't know how to move the pieces. He's like 23-30, which is a properly good chess player. And Knight D8 is like child's play to someone at that level.
So after Knight D8, is there a defence for black? Clearly, it's a tricky, really tricky position. You've got to stop Queen F7 mate. I could play. This is suggested. I could maybe try Rook H5, but then I'm going to be at least a pawn down in that endgame.
There's a fun part. I know what the poll is. I can guess what the poll is. Do you want to guess what the poll is?
What you should be singing next?
No, I reckon the poll is, will Eggy withdraw?
Oh, I see.
It's got to be, hasn't it? Oh no, it's best presenter. Is that the poll?
No, I don't think
Oh
so.
no, that's Simon won the best. Yeah, well deserved for the best presenter. Very popular presenter, by the way. Simon Williams. Check out some of his courses on GingerGM.com, and he's also got courses on Chessable.
This is a really awkward little. No, I don't think so. Rook H5, you just take it in Queen H4. Yeah, you can't do that. And if you move your piece to the 7th rank, then if you put your rook there, then I think you're just going to walk into this.
Yeah, very scary stuff. I mean, I think
that's.
that
What,
maybe
that's
my
playable?
initial gut. I've still got a feeling.
Because you've just sacked your rook.
Maybe you go back. Maybe you go like Knight E6 back or something in that line.
Right back now, Knight E6, and we just.
No,
can't-
it's not
this
saying
is-
it's but it's. But you see what I said? Like it could still go wrong here, right?
Performance
but-
of the day is the poll.
Oh, performance of the day. So that's the poll, is it?
Performance of the day. Well, the performance
Yeah,
of
maybe
the
we
day
should-
is surely Katerina Toma in terms of 200 points.
Can I vote for
Rating.
Gormali singing? I was a bit perturbed by the amount of people who seemed to vacate the commentary room earlier when I started singing. So I think I'm going to have to retire my singing career forever.
Okay.
I'll just stick to it in the shower.
Did Adams miss a win against Hebden? Yes. Well, yeah, it was pretty winning, wasn't it? If he finds
It was winning,
It's
but
right towards the
it's,
end,
it's not
actually.
trivial. And you know, you was like, you know, the thing about Mark is he will put up a lot of resistance and force you to find a very good defensive player.
I think White's going to win this game.
I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, I think practically it's so hard for Black to play, and it's been quite hard for quite a long period of the game. If you went rook h5, I could just take you and go queen h4
Exactly.
check, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I can't do that. So if I was Harry in a situation,
I could easily find myself just losing it on the spot.
yeah, you could very easily just lose it immediately, right? I mean, there's not many things you could do here because he's gone king f5, which apparently is no,
It loses apparently.
it
straight
loses,
away.
but probably to something very subtle.
Well. Right, so I've got to check on h5, which looks pretty tempting. I've got to check on f7, which looks pretty tempting too.
Yeah, but I think one of those two moves is likely to be the solution.
So let's just think. So for queen f7, king e4, queen takes h7. You could enforce king d4.
What was that? Queen f7, right?
Yeah. Just start taking some pawns. Doesn't feel like maybe the most clinical. Queen f7, king e4, queen e7, stepping up a little bit. I can never then step on d4 because of knight e6 check.
Yeah, it's still not trivial to win the game,
Okay.
even
It
though the
feels like
computer is
probably-
saying this is horrible.
Feels like probably queen f7.
Okay, the winning line is magic, right?
Winning line is magic.
Yeah, you know, I was actually thinking about a king move.
What, in this position?
A king move, yeah. I was thinking about king g2. I didn't see the king h3.
King h3, and
Is
your idea is
lethal.
to play g4 check or
You
what?
slow roll g4, because g4, king f4, queen e3 would be mate.
Right, so, wow. So king h3, you're threatening there, g4 check, queen takes f4.
He
king
won't
takes
find. There's
f4,
no
queen
way.
e3. I'm sure it's not the only winning
He
move.
won't find. He won't find king h3.
Mo-
I bet it's the
what's
only winning
wrong,
move.
wrong with my idea?
What was your idea again?
Just go there.
We kind of go to g4 as
look
well.
at
I can go to
that.
g4. Maybe I'm even losing. Yeah, Harry's going to win. I reckon Harry will win. He'll go queen f7. There's no way he'll find king h3.
Is king g4 the problem then?
Yeah, I mean, you start running in, don't you? Maybe this is what Harry's idea is. Also, you're threatening a knight as well.
The performance of the day.
It could be
We got
Harry
it.
to win this position.
We got it completely wrong. The performance of the day was your impressions, apparently, was the winner of the
Okay,
poll.
so can we tell Nigel Towers that the winner of the game of the day is Gormley's?
Gormley's
singing?
impressions from The Godfather.
Oh yeah, okay.
Fantastic.
Where's that? Oh, Gormley's impressions, right? Yeah.
Wowzers. Okay, so queen f7,
Michael,
king g4.
Michael, it was Bazzini. It was Bazzini all along, Michael. Don't trust Bazzini.
It's an encore.
Yeah, king h3. It's like a study, right? King h3, and then. But I mean, he's capable. He's got 20 minutes left or 15 minutes. Do you think he'll find king h3? I don't. I'll be shocked if he finds king h3.
About checking over that way.
But this is what I was saying earlier about his character's
that
not
one
on.
loses as
He's
well.
found king h3.
Oh,
Wow.
amazing.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Claridge Hansen from downtown. Incredible. Whoop, 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 whoop. Goodfellas. I can't really do Goodfellas. Oh yeah, Goodfellas is like funny how? Funny how? So that scene where he goes like funny how? What do you mean I'm funny? What do you mean I'm funny? I amuse you? You find me amusing? I'm like a clown? Yeah.
That was Joe Pesci, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a very famous scene, yeah, where he sort of like, he says, you're a funny guy, you're a funny guy.
Then I think he does something extremely violent.
Well, the whole film he does
Yeah.
stuff. He shoots that guy, right, in the
boot of
Spider.
the car.
Spider.
Yeah.
Yeah, he shoots several people, but like Spider, this guy serving drinks. And he sort of like, dance, Spider, dance, and he shoots him in the foot.
That's right, yeah.
And then like the next scene, you see him just come back and he's like injured, and he's still stupidly serving these psychopaths. And then he says, "Oh, you know, go boom yourself, Tommy." And then he just boom, boom, shoots him dead.
Oh, Danny, now don't cheat. Don't cheat.
Right?
How does White win after h5?
King h4.
King h4.
I've already seen it.
Oh, you've already seen it. King h4.
Yeah, that would be beautiful. This would be this would be the game of day, right? Yeah, I think this is a game of the day, honestly, because he's found King H3. Honestly, I think this is. I mean, I like the Toma game. Don't get me wrong. I like the Fernandez game, but this has got study-like elements to it, which I think make it a much more interesting game. And it's a huge upset as well because you're beating the reigning British champion.
Just tell me what the point of King H4 is.
Well, you're basically closing down squares for black, aren't you? I guess it's just maybe it's some kind of zugzwang as well. I mean, what can black play, right? You can't move the rook to say c4 because of queen e5.
I think he's going to have to find it. I think h5 is not such a difficult move to find here for black.
But I think King H4. Once you found King H3, it's not that difficult to find King H4 because you're on the right path. I mean, I honestly, this has to win game of the day. If he wins this game, which I think he will, this has to be game of the day for me.
So why is it zugzwang after King H4? Why can't I play something like Rook D5?
Yeah, good point. Maybe Queen E7 and it's proper zugzwang.
Well, then I can take your knight.
Oh yeah. Maybe it's some kind of.
Maybe I take on H5 with my king.
I think, or even with a queen, yeah.
Well, but queen takes. What do you want to do next?
Then I go back. Then I go back.
I'm gonna go back.
And then if you go King F5, I go G4.
You see, he's played H5. Okay.
I got the feeling that King H4 is not the only winning move now. I got a feeling it might be another winning move.
Why are you winning here? Why? Oh, because you've got Queen E3. I see. Okay, yeah, and then that's definitely winning. And then you can go there. Fair enough.
No, but after King F5, he didn't go King H3.
Yes, he did.
Oh, it says on the chess he went Queen F7. Oh no, hang on. Oh no, that's just me inputting the moves. Maybe. Hang on, let me get this up back. I'm slightly confused now. No, you're right. He did go King H3. So H5 has been played. So if you go Queen F7, no, you're right. That's not winning. King E4. You have to find King H4, and then if Rook. What were we saying with the Rook move? Like Rook somewhere.
D5.
Rook D5.
Yeah.
Rook D5. Then it's calculating. It's working it all out.
You take on H5, surely.
I mean,
Then go back again.
Yeah, you.
I mean, I wondered in this position after H5 whether I could do something tricky like this. But that's no good.
I think that my last minute vote for Danny rather than Mark did it. Lols. That's I think that's Caroline Robson. Is Bunny.
So we're going to round up probably fairly soon. So
yeah.
I want to stay and have a look. It'd be nice to see.
So what's your feeling for the best game of the day? My feeling it should be this game because it's just King H3 like brilliancy. But
it's also been a very tough battle this game, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I feel like I feel like this game should win it because
it's not been one-sided. Maybe even if this game is drawn,
it won't be drawn now. He's not going to survive this.
You don't think so?
Oh, you don't think he'll find King H4?
Well, I think King H4 is not so easy to find.
Yeah, but he's found King H3. Surely if you find King H3, you find King H4, right?
Why? Because what does it... It doesn't immediately look like it threatens anything.
But surely you find it by process of elimination, that if you start checking then the king runs away, right? So you're like King H4. I think this will be a big win for Clarence Jansen. I think this will really take his chess to another level. If he uses the momentum from this game in a positive way. He's beaten a really excellent player.
IM norm, possibly?
Possibly an IM norm, maybe even a slight chance of a GM norm. Holes some Womble says, I think he'll find it. I agree with you, apart from the tink bit. I think, yeah. King H4, I think you'll find King H4. I think if you find King H3, surely you can find King H4. But I kind of agree with you, Adam. It's not that obvious. But I think if you're good enough to find King H3, you're good enough to find King H4. But
it's clear you want to get rid of that pawn, of course. It's just do you do it that way, or do you just can I just take on h5 and go back with my queen? Is that not good
Yeah,
enough?
but then can I run to f3?
And then queen e3 is
Oh, it's mate.
at the end.
So if you take, but then maybe I could run to d5 is the point.
You can go to d5.
I run to d5, it's not so clear, it starts getting messy.
Oh, it's check.
Wow.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Wow. That's embarrassing. Yeah, it's another vote for Games 4.
Right, that's another. That's
I think we should hang on for this. I think we should hang on. Should we hang on for another 10 minutes?
A reason for King H4.
Should we hang on for another 10 minutes? This is a very dramatic moment.
Okay,
Very dramatic moment in the tournament. We could be seeing the dethroning of the champion here with King H4. We could get a new champion in Clarence Hansen. Other than the fact he's about 40 points behind the leaders. Kevin Wynn said, very entertaining. I loved it. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin's a lovely guy. I met him a few times. I think he's from the Yorkshire area, is that right? I'm not sure. Fernandez for me, but I bow down to the GM commentary team. Oh yeah, best game. I think Kevin Winter's tip is Fernandez to win the tournament. I'm starting to go back. I'm starting to get back on the Fernandez train.
He's played queen
oh
e7.
my god, what a blooper. No, not game of the day for me. Worst game of the day. Shocker by Clarence Hansen. This is shocking.
Well, it does mean.
Oh my god! How can you not find King? I would find King H1 in my sleep. Sorry, like that's the kind of move I would find because I'm good at like stuff like that. If I'm good at one thing, I'm good at like study like wins in endgames and stuff. But Queen E7 is just a horrible move.
Well, it allows.
Butchered the win.
It allows King G6 check, as we now realise it's check.
Oh my god! It's funny how you sensed this, Adam. You sensed that he would find King H3. Maybe I was certain that if he found King H3, he would find King H4.
Yeah.
I'm really disappointed in this. I'll be honest with you. Yeah, blind puffing. This is like the worst moment of the tournament for me. Honestly, this is the worst moment of the tournament. This is a beautiful study like win, and he's absolutely butchered it.
Oh, so King G6's check is a losing move. Interestingly. Presumably
Really?
now King H4. Oh no, definitely not King H4. Let's not do that and allow mate in one.
Are you sure now, though? I think it's the engine's just been a bit silly.
King H2 maybe, safest square for the king. Yeah.
Yeah, that's sad. This is really tragic.
So okay, so this is not. Why is
Okay, the
this
best
winning?
move,
Well,
right?
I'm now threatening Queen F7 and Queen F6 mate.
No, you're right. You don't go King G6. You have to go back. There's a better move than King G6. Will
Well,
he find it?
Yeah, obviously there's a better move than King G6.
He's butchered it with his Queen E7, but
So your threat is not.
it's not obvious. This move is not obvious. A lot of this is engine stuff, right? It's not obvious what the defensive move is. Very hard move to find. I don't think Harry will find this. If Harry finds this, I will bow down to the master. This would be an incredible resource. Look at that.
No, I'm not going to. I want to try and
Okay,
work it out.
try and work it out. There's one move here which saves black, but it's so hard to find. This really is like a study. So actually, I was being critical of Larry Jansen. Now I'm not so sure because I think it's such a tough move to find this.
Rook C7?
No,
No? Okay.
I don't think. Then you go Queen G5, Queen E5, Queen E3, mate.
No, you don't, because I go King E4 check again.
Ah, you're checking me. But apparently it's not Rook. No, maybe that's also a draw.
Somebody in the chat suggesting Rook D5?
Rook D5's the move, yeah.
D5.
Will he find it though? Sociopathic, knowing that you've got the checks. If you check on.
So Rook D5, Knight F7?
I'd still say this is a game of day, whatever the result is. What do you think? Because it's just.
It's been a really good battle.
It's exciting, right? This is what chess is all about. Exciting, like finding resources. You know, I'll be honest. Like the Toma game, Fernandez game, I'll forget them in a day. They would kind of they're one-sided, right?
Yeah.
Maybe even give it to the Eggy game for the Eggy blunder.
Yagi would be too happy with you there. So Rook d5, my question was why can I not just carry on attacking you with something like knight f7?
Yeah, good try. Yeah, I guess then the check, right?
Then maybe king g6 check, king
Very hard to see.
h2.
Ugh.
Still not. I mean, it's still.
It's really, yeah, it's really hard because there's no, he's gone rook c1, which, but maybe that's also good enough. Yeah, that's probably also good enough. Now maybe white, no, it's not. Wow, what an up and down game this is.
Swinging, but just like the bar.
I was right about rook d5. He's not going to find rook d5. And he's not found a winning. He's paid that almost immediately, right?
That's a bit strange.
Apparently there was a better move, which I'm about.
King f6 check. Don't forget it's check. Don't touch your queen.
No, okay, rook c1 was a bad blunder, right? This win is almost impossible to find, right? Honestly, this is like the most impossible win ever. This will be in my next impossible quiz. White to play. There's only one winning move. None of you will find this. I wouldn't find it in a million years. I don't think even Magnus Carlsen would find this.
It's a really, really sort of abstract move.
Well, I don't know if this is the only winning move, but apparently this is virtually winning. But it's just, it does have a kind of a weird logic to it, though, right? Once you see it, it's like it's so tough to find. What he's played, I think, is going to end in a draw.
King h2.
King h2 is the move. It was so tough to find because you went king h3 earlier. No, you're right. Shepherd's Bush said Magnus would find. I agree, but maybe not in a bullet game.
Just to stop the check.
It stopped the check. Just stopped the checks, right? And apparently, White is now really very close to winning. Yeah, because
No, he's played king f6 check.
Blind Puffin said the last. Who
This
are
is
you?
enough, is it? King h2 and can I immediately just go rook h1? Is that just draw?
Yeah. I mean, certainly at this point, Harry would be very happy to bail out. I think.
Just check. I guess this way check rather than the bottom way check.
Immediate draw. You're absolutely right, Adam. So. Slightly disappointing finish, but I would still give this as the game of the day. It's a real, right, proper battle between two very good young players.
Can I play on?
But then I've got to check on A8.
Yeah,
Does that make any difference?
Then I go here.
There's still rook f1 is still a draw, right?
Oh, and then you still have rook f1. Yeah, that's the draw as well, isn't it?
Our blind puffin was one of the 0 out of 6s on the quiz. Yeah, a very tough quiz. I did this quiz, which is like an impossible quiz. You should do it at some point, Adam. Yeah. I'll give you the quiz. Maybe on Friday, because tomorrow I'll bring the laptop in.
He's played king g2, and the engine doesn't like that move at all. Wow.
Wow, he's losing, right. Why is he losing? This doesn't look like he's losing, I must admit.
I mean, why can't black just take that knight for starters?
Exactly. I think you might hit him.
Well, but he could have taken the knight anyway against king h2.
I think then you got to draw. There's a killer move here for black, but again, very hard to find. Very hard to find. I don't think he'll find it.
So it's not.
No, he might find this actually. I think he'll find
this.
this.
It's not queen a8.
It's not queen a8.
No.
There's a killer move which wins the game. It's based on a very clever detail, but very tough to see. And again, a very sociopathic engine-like move that you're like, you know, you're very, yeah. I don't think if you take the knight, I've got like loads avalanche of checks. The avalanche will come and I'll probably make a draw, right? Also, sometimes a rook on c1 might even be. I mean, like go queen h6. But yeah, I'm very surprised he's done all this. I mean, it's really poor. I think the really bad mistake was not going king h4 when he kind of had him there. He had him there. He had him like, I mean, you know, like this position, black can't move anything. Why are you going like Queen E7? Why are you like?
Why are you allowing it?
Yeah, why are you've always got this Queen H5, which is very important detail. And then you're suddenly allowing him to run out. Now here for black, there's a beautiful. I don't know if anyone can see this, but I don't think I'd see this. I'm not convinced Harry will find this either because again, it's very engine-y. Apparently, there is a very strong move here. Has anyone got an idea what it is? He hasn't found it, by the way.
He hasn't played a move. That's why.
Oh no, I thought he's played a move. No, he hasn't. Well, he hasn't found it yet.
Could I maybe play Queen C5?
It's not Queen C5. Queen F7, mate.
Oh yeah.
You're on the right track though.
Queen C4.
Queen C4 is the move. Because now, if you check, I go back to E7. I take the knight with the rook, the king. Then I can flee to the queen side.
It makes sense in the fact it's not stepping on the dark square, so there's no forts to worry about.
You think you'll find Queen C4? I think there's a good chance he'll find it.
He's got some time.
He's got enough time. I think Harry, if he finds it, I still think this is a game of the day. It has to be the game of the day, right? I mean, no question. Hang on, somebody's messaging me.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Of course, he knows now he can just make a draw immediately if he wants on Queen A8. I mean, assuming that we think that's just an immediate draw. I mean, I could play Knight B7, but that looks rather over-optimistic. Just Rook B1 or something.
I mean, really, like, these guys will be really tired. That's what I say about rest day. It's like a game after this, you need a rest day. It's like really, really tiring. Do you not think that, Adam? Do you think these guys, like, there must be
Well,
like,
it's very tough, yeah, of course it's very
really tough. Like, you know, a game like this, you would need like a rest day. The last thing you want, you know, is another very tough game the next day. I don't like what Claridge Hansen's done. Shocker, I would say.
Yeah, his king's open, isn't it?
It's so easy to collapse though in these situations. I mean, I've done this myself many times where the game gets really sharp. You feel like you've got a draw at any moment, but then you don't take that draw. The game continues, and at some point you have a bit of a wobble, and you overlook something. And I think that's what. But I mean, it's kind of like calculated this quite badly because I think also Queen D8. Is it certain that Queen D8 that's a draw anyway?
No, it's not certain.
It doesn't look certain, does it? So it's like maybe. I mean, if he wants, he's got like a bailout with Queen D8, right? Queen D8 is like the practical move,
Yeah.
so it'd be very tempting just to take on D8.
Yeah,
Because
he
then-
can't lose. That
You can't
can
lose, right? Whereas before you were worrying about the fact that you could lose, whereas Queen D8 is like a worst case scenario you're going to draw. I think it's some kind of weird draw. That's my feeling because there's so many weird checks that White has. It's very hard to cover them all. But I mean, Queen C4 is like an amazing move. But I don't know if you want to wrap it up soon, mate, because I'm getting pestered for like bugger off. But
Let's just see what the next move is.
let's
if
see what the
if
next
it's
move
Queen
is,
takes
yeah.
D8, I think we
So we'll finish in 10 minutes anyway.
Yeah, Max. There's another pound for us. Forgot to ask yesterday, where is Simon Williams?
Yeah. Have I done any golf?
Simon Williams is just allowing us to use his channel to stream.
Yes. Yeah, Simon, he just lets us, yeah. We don't have channels of us, so we've got nowhere to go.
We don't. We could have used the...
Simon's generous enough to let us, and Kay as well. But they've done a really good job with the channel. Get a lot of subscribers.
So yeah, we've got lots of viewers and a lot of people just watching, presumably afterwards as well. So thank you to you guys.
Somebody asked a question, very interesting question. How come there are no British players in the top 30 to 50? Well, because we're crap. Probably why. I mean, what other explanation can there be? We're not very... You've seen this from this game, right? It's like a blunderfest. Nah, I mean, I'm kidding. But, yeah, I mean, the problem that we have, it's a long-winded topic, but the problem is in English chess, the money has gone down. So therefore, the players who are the best players are the same players from 30... Like Adams was dominating 30-odd years ago. He's still dominating now. We haven't really replaced that generation. And the other issue is that not only, I don't think we necessarily got weaker, but countries like China and India have just got exponentially stronger. I mean, I read something yesterday, there's another Indian player become a grandmaster. They're verging on their 100th grandmaster in India. How many grandmasters will they have in X amount of years? They'll probably have 1,000 grandmasters, you know, in 20, 30 years time. So just other countries have got a lot stronger. So this is I think part of the problem is a lack of funding in this country towards chess. There's no company sponsoring this tournament, which is a complete disaster. And you know, there's nobody looking for sponsorship. There's nobody trying to put chess on the agenda. You know, you need the personalities, you need the characters to promote chess. We don't have that.
I mean, I wouldn't say there's nobody trying to promote chess. I think that, for example, if you look at that recent chess fest that happened in Trafalgar Square, there's quite a lot of organisation that went into that, and that was well received.
But there's like a million, the Chess in Schools charity makes £1 million a year. How come that doesn't go back into tournaments like this? I mean, is it even a charity?
Do you know for a fact it makes that much money?
Well, that's what I was told. But I'll slag that off as well. But no, I mean, that's a good charity because obviously that promotes a lot of chess in schools, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But you know, there's a lot of money in chess, or like a lot of English players or English people who are involved in chess have a lot of money, but they don't seem to put it back into over the ball tournaments. Fair enough, we're not a charity, you know, we're professional players, but yeah, effectively that's the issue. Partly to do with money, partly to do with the fact that other countries have got much stronger, and I don't think we got a very good coaching program in this school, or in this country, or some of the coaching is a little bit. It's not at the same level as, obviously, I was talking yesterday about the Chinese school of chess. That was modelled on the Russian school. We don't have anything similar here. Therefore, our younger players, I mean, like people like Fernandez, they're not quite, you know, they have to, you know, in English chess, you have to go your own way, right? You're effectively on your own. You're a lone wolf. Like, so that worked with people like Adams, that worked with people like Tony Miles, Nigel Short. But I think there's also a downside to that as well. Working alone is you don't necessarily, if you haven't got that brilliance of people like Adams, you aren't necessarily going to get to that level. Whereas I feel there should be a kind of a promotion where people...
Do you feel that a lot of the other countries, their top players work together?
They work together. They work together, yeah.
He did take on D8.
Yeah, I'd say like that's the practical move in a way. Queen C4 is like the real ice cold move, ice cold in your veins. Because I would probably have taken on D8, even if I'd seen Queen C4. I'm not convinced I would have played Queen C4 because you feel like, is that actually better than just taking a knight immediately? Because the variation after Queen C4 you check and then you allow the king to take. Can I be certain that that's not a draw? But I feel like this is a draw, but still he has to be very accurate how he draws it. I guess the idea is you go Queen H7.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I would be quite... I quite like to just take another pawn off the board, and then take that D pawn off the board as well.
Take another pawn, yeah.
If
I think
I
it's probably
can.
going to be a draw now. What do you think? Should we wrap?
I think we wrap things up. I think a draw is most likely result here.
Right.
But are we going to give it game of the day anyway, whatever the outcome? I think we probably are, aren't we? You don't care anymore. You switched off. You switched off. Okay, thanks everybody for watching. We'll see you tomorrow at 2:30. Bye for now. Have a lovely evening.